What's up, everybody? How we doing out there? Hello, hello, hello. Oh, I'm currently just getting everything set up for the show. Do.
Hello.
Hey.
Yo. How we all doing? How we all doing today?
I'm
Good,
all right.
right?
Doing good. Just let you know, I got a hard at it 5. If y'all keep playing after that, that's fine. I'm just letting you know.
Okay, how many hours is that?
From me now, 4.
Okay, cool. That's pretty normal for us to do a 4-hour sesh. So
Sometimes we've gone to 6 my time, so just
yeah, for sure.
hello.
All right. Yeah, that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, I got to bounce at 4 too, so that's perfect timing.
Word. And I'm not sure. Is this the weekend that Zune is off? I can't remember.
I think it is. I think he said something about it. Or no, I think maybe it was the next week. Because next week we're not doing it, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe he won't. We'll see.
Okay. I got caught up doing stuff for my D&D thing. But I was right on time. To open up all my tabs.
Okay, I'm just getting everything open right now for the stuff today.
Stuff going. This.
All right, I'm ready when you guys are. I think we're all ready to go here, eh?
Yep.
All right, we'll start. So I guess we'll just start again with a recap of kind of last session. We finally made it to Farandrill, dropped off Draxus, and sent a few people into town. We saw that they had hung a wizard on our way into town, and then we had listened in a bit to the people talking about them. And it sounded like he was a mage and had kind of lost his way and joined the Draconians, but then was found out as he was plotting to attack the castle. And after that, we moved on into town towards the castle to kind of broker a deal with the Empire and face the charges that they had put against us. And we sent Jake to do that because he had ran away from the initial battle that we had fought where we had killed one of the Empire members. And Zune and Sonozi decided to stay outside, and we were able to do that. We sent Draxus off in his own way to the Mages College for a little while, and then we finally got that brokered out with the deal. And we met the Reeve of Farandrill, Oleander, and Cadence Oleander. And after we talked with him, he said he wanted to have a little banquet with us in the night. To celebrate our new kind of deal that we had made. And the deal was that we were going to kind of be champions for him now, and we would kind of, take up the mantle as heroes rather than vigilantes. And he said he would work on, dealing with all the press and stuff that would go along with that. And he said it would probably be a good idea to have such powerful people on his side. He just had to, he'll just have to deal with the talking to all the politics and people about that. And then, we went around and did some shopping for the day, and we eventually got the boat brought in. And once we all met up in town, we decided to head towards this sort of meeting that we were going to have, where it's like a press meeting, and they were showing us off to all of the Empire people, letting them know now that we are no longer wanted criminals, but rather that we had done enough good fighting the Draconians in the north, all along the northern islands, that we were now sort of allies in battle as we take down the Draconians. And after that, we basically just went around and did a little bit more shopping, hung out at the Mages Guild. We did some stuff with some people there, got some things identified, And then we headed towards our banquet, and we invited Bertru, who we'd still been kind of keeping tabs on ever since she stopped being our captain and kind of left our employ. And we decided to invite her so that she could come hang out with us. And yeah, we were in the middle of just setting up this banquet. We had just gotten there, and we were, there was a lot of food being spread out, and there were all sorts of different delegates that Oleander had brought. We had met some of these people as well, just in passing, trying to figure out different things about the robot that we had found. And and then just also we had talked to Ibra, I believe is his name, because we wanted to get into the castle and we needed sort of somebody to check us out and make sure our stories were all good. And so they're all there, and one of the people that is a representative is Heidi Kwok. She is Ibra's kind of partner in life, and yeah, that's one of the new characters that's there. As far as everybody else, they're members of our party. I guess Draxus showed up because he wanted to come, as well as we invited Bertru, and then it's just everybody else that is part of the party. And the last we had started to talk with the Reeve Oleander there about different information that we all had. We were kind of doing a little bit of verbal jousting, I guess, about, what we knew and what other people knew. And he was kind of probing you guys on how much you actually knew about the Draconians and who was running it and all that type of stuff. And since you guys kind of let him know that you weren't too knowledgeable about the subject, he decided to let forth some information now that you guys are all working together. And that's kind of where we left off. We were all just sort of discussing the new face of the Draconians, or like the new system that they're using, because now there has been a note, obviously, that we saw the wizard on the way into town, that we now know that some of the mages in the Mages Guild have been propositioned by the Draconians to join them and to sow havoc within the Empire and other places. And that was who that wizard was one of those people who had been sort of corrupted from the Mages Guild. So yeah, I think we'll just pick it up here. We're all together in this wonderful banquet hall inside the castle, deep inside the castle. There's servants bustling about, tending to people's needs, giving them whatever sort of little things they want. People are requesting drinks and stuff, and they're handing them out. And there's a little group of musicians in the far corner that are playing some soft supper time tunes, very background music, while we're all here gathered discussing the what we know about the Draconians. And I think we'll pick it up there. Now, is there anything else we should address before we jump into this today? And then I just had some questions for you guys too. So is there anything you guys want to talk about before we get into it, or ask?
Off the top of my head.
For me, oh, never mind. It was in the desert. I remember. Okay, we're good.
All right, and Jake, what was that?
Yeah, I didn't have anything to ask now.
Okay, cool. So yeah, we were hanging out with the Reeve Oleander, and he was just talking about the leader of the Draconians, and we had kind of said we weren't really sure about who the leader was. And so yeah, he agreed to sort of let forth some knowledge about the subject, and then but he kind of said it with a caveat that he kind of expected that we would all sort of start to let down our guard and discuss the things we know. So this is sort of like him offering a little bit of information in the hopes that you guys have some sort of information that he might be able to get from you. And so I'll just pick it up there. He was talking about the new leader. He said, "Oh yes, well, there is a new leader amongst the Draconians. We just found this out recently. They used to have a leader named Undar Daxis. However, he was recently challenged for the leadership. It appears your actions in the north made the Draconians question their leader, as they were not able to secure the remaining gems that they needed, and this sowed doubt amongst their ranks. It was then that a young Draconian named Rogar Norixius rose amongst them and challenged Undar for the clanship mastery, and defeated him in the traditional battle that ensued. It is now Rogar that is controlling these Draconians, and it seems he has also shifted in the tactics that they are using in trying to undermine our realm. It seems that they've started a new cataclysm. I'm 100% sure this ocean level falling is due to their evil magic. And it seems that they've maybe even abandoned the idea of revering Takesis altogether. We thought when they defeated us in the desert that they would come towards Ferengil and attack us in a weakened state. However, they retreated, and it seems now that they are reevaluating their strategies on how to defeat us. It appears also that there are some sort of nobles that have joined their ranks. I'm not sure if you heard, but I knew you were an Elendil, that the nobleman Lusta Magefoot was slain and then resurrected. And now that that has happened, much intrigue has been set upon him, and he was investigated upon by the dwarven forces. And of course, what they found was damning evidence that he had been engaged with the Draconians. He has since gone into hiding, and we weren't able to find him. He went into hiding before the investigation began. Right after his resurrection, he had members of his household remove him from the island of Elendil, and nobody has seen him since. However, the investigation did find that his adamantian mines were shipping different shipments to the Draconians. And it's unfortunate we did not find about it earlier, because those same adamantine metallics were used to craft weapons in the battle that ensued in the desert. So now we are trying to find out who this new leader is working with, Rogar, and which of the nobles he seems to be corrupting. We know he's already corrupted Lusta Magefoot, and as you know, you have ran into him a few times. Maybe you have some information about that. However, what we need to know now is exactly who he is corrupted within Ferengil. It also seems that he's trying to release some undue force into the Mages College, as it seems that most of the recruits that have joined him have been from the college. It is probably worth investigating the students there. I know that they would have some information beyond what we already know. Other than that, I mean, I've sent Colonel Dansforth northward in an attempt to try and glean out information about this new cataclysm and this new leader that they've brought upon us, and potentially to see who they are revering now as the mages who we have caught that are trying to sow destruction and havoc within Ferengil. They bear a new mark. It's not the mark of Takesis at all. However, it is a mark that is a broken scales, the merchant's scales, but they're broken. It's a very unsettling symbol, and we're not exactly sure. Our historians and different religious scholars have been looking into it, and they cannot seem to understand it yet, but I'm sure that this marks a definite change in the way the Draconians are mounting their battle against us here in the islands. But now I have a few questions for you. I want to know, as you were in Elendil, what secret knowledge you have of the inner workings of Lusta Magefoot, and maybe if you have any idea of what kind of empire activities he was controlling out there beyond the mines that he controls. Maybe if he has corrupted some sort of officials or whatever you might know. I guess now would be the time to ask about your time spent in Elendil and the types of things you saw while you were there.
I'll say that I can't really speak to any particular holdings or influence that he may have. We did come across a Magefoot, but it was only due to that we found out that he was working with the Draconians from an attempt of him trying to kill us while we were docked there on the coast. He sent somebody after us. We chased him, and then that led us to an area that had like some, I think it was paperwork. I don't remember. Is that
Well, just to clarify, I think we found an assassin. We were able to take him out. It was somebody trying to set up a trap for us, and then we found the paperwork on that guy, I believe.
okay? So it was paperwork. Yeah, we found some paperwork that led us to him, and but we can't say that any other influence that he may have outside of apparently assassins.
Ah, well, that seems to fit his motive. If he was working for the Draconians, you would have been a terrible thorn in his side, and I have a sneaking suspicion that his failures to end you while under his, let's say, roof, as he is a main Draconian person in the islands, probably upset many of the Draconians, and in fact led to more questions about Undar Daxis's rule as the master clansman of the Draconians. In fact, I think if you were able to escape, it probably made Undar and Lustam look very, very bad.
Probably. Do you know if they've investigated anything concerning his mind?
Not yet. We've shut it down, and we've been looking at the employees. We've been investigating them one by one. However, not the physical mine itself. We haven't, other than shutting it down. And the rest of the Empire decided it was worth it to confiscate the rest of the adamantine that had already been mined because, we are in the middle of a war, and it seemed that wartime measures were necessary. So we confiscated his mine assets, and pending his most definite guilty verdict, we will take possession of those assets.
Okay. So I was about to say, like, was there any way that we could possibly get some adamantine for our troubles with dealing with him? Or is that a possibility?
It is a possibility. However, most of the adamantine weapons that were retrieved from the desert fights, that's where you would be able to get them. We don't have any adamantine ore or any of the shipments here, as they have stopped since the mine has shut down. However, we do have a stash of the weapons that were collected from the men who fled the battle in the desert. It's a small stash, and it's with the men in the desert now at a place called Tabur. And at Tabur, that is where I have sent Colonel Dansforth. He is to go there and start unraveling the mystery of why the Draconians did not press forward, and also to see what they are up to as far as draining the seas all across the world. In fact, to speak to that a little further, I was recently told by my planet biologist that if we let this cataclysm go on for more than 30 days, it will most definitely create untold and irreversible damages, things we could probably not even imagine, as the chain of ecological events of failures spirals out of control.
Mm-hmm. So I can say now that I don't know about the draining the water, but I can say that they didn't press forward because they don't need to press forward. They just need to keep you guys out. So I'm figuring that's why, like, that's why they're not trying to, like, take over like the capitals or take over a bunch of cities. They trying to find the gems and do their ceremony, and they just need the time and or resources to do that. If they can just keep people away from them, they win. So I feel like we need to go to the desert, possibly with Dansforth, and let's say payback.
You speak very intuitively and with high perception. I agree, you are most correct in that they are not fighting a traditional war for resources and capitals and different places. They are fighting in a very different manner, a hit-and-run manner. It seems that that's why they are being so slippery. You are correct in that evaluation. And it makes sense, honestly, that they wouldn't want to expend many resources in trying to take an unnecessary amount of land or capitals.
Yeah, like even in our run-ins with them, any ones that we didn't outright kill, they tried to make a break for it. They aren't like you said, they're very hit and run, and so I feel like we may be running out of time. I don't know if they're going to try to finish the ritual without the other gems, and even if they, and God knows what may happen if they do try to do that. It could be worse.
Yes, it seems that they have at least some knowledge of the working of the gems, and if they can combine that with whatever new cataclysm they have started to create, it seems that we would be at a very disadvantage, as the could be even more difficult to deal with than one on their own. I do wonder, though. Before you said you wanted to head to the desert with Colonel Dansforth, but I'm wondering if I could maybe keep you here for a few days, as not many people in this area know you, as your exploits have been only told mostly through the upper echelons of society, and we are wondering now if you might be the ones to try and infiltrate the noble houses here to understand exactly how far this corruption has reached into our empire. We know that already Lusta was, well, working with a few different houses that had business ties. However, all of them seem on the up and up, and we need damning evidence to bring forth some people who are guilty of this. Now, I understand if you don't want to hang around and help us deal with this investigation, and you need to get out into the world and try and deal with these more pressing issues potentially, but it might be the thing that helps us crack this mystery if we are able to dive into these houses and do a bit of espionage.
Well, we were indeed planning to stay for about a week or two, so I suppose in the meantime, we could help you out with that. But I suppose I do have to ask, are we being compensated for this in any way?
I think we could find a way to have you compensated. I'll talk to the head guard of the castle keep, and we'll see what kind of payment might be arranged. I'll have to take it out of his budget, so he'll be the one to let me know exactly what I could pay you. I'm sure that he would find your services probably much more apt for the process than many of his own men, so he might be willing to pay you more than his own men.
I will say, if Lusta, like, where is Lusta right now?
We don't know. After he was resurrected in Ellendir, and I'm not exactly sure what all happened there, but it seems he was attacked by someone and then killed, and it went out all over the news that he was killed, and then the next day he was resurrected. It was the oddest thing. However, I mean, the Empire has many clerics that can do it, so I guess it's not the oddest thing, but the oddest thing now that I think about it was that after he was resurrected, he escaped into the wind. He had many of his noble housemen usher him off into the night, and after that meant none of his housekeepers ever saw him again. We're still trying to track down exactly where he went.
And I say I may have a way to do that. And I looked at Jake, and I say, this was his, and I hand him the um, Magefoot robes. Do you think you could possibly scry, see where he is?
Well, no, not at the moment, but tomorrow I could.
And oh, yeah, I mean, we have time. We have some amount of time, I suppose. As far as other things going on here, I'm willing to do the espionage per se. Although I will say that it's probably best if maybe Jake and Castos do it, and I can be a bit of magical support. With I can cast a spell or two, and can do some spying remotely.
Yep, we can do that.
Interesting. I think I would want to ask how you got those robes, but I'm not sure if that's a pressing question that you might want to be secretive about, but maybe I will ask it and you can choose to answer or not. How did you come about Lusta's robes?
We actually got them from the assassin when we followed him. He had a bit of a a hideout of sorts, and he had a bunch of he had like just different knickknacks and whatnot. I think the assassin was using this to get through the guards like in plain sight, so nobody would be none the wiser.
Interesting. Very interesting. What a wonderful way to find something so useful. Well, let me know how it goes tomorrow. I think once you've learned something about his location, maybe if you could bring it to me, I might be able to help us all find a way to send some sort of force to capture him and bring him to justice. It would be the most wonderful thing for the Empire if we could bring him in and bring him to justice. It would raise morale in an incredible way.
Also, just letting you know that we may be able to extract information from him if he, either before or after he dies. Because I'm assuming working with the Draconians, the price for that would be death if convicted is guilty.
Oh, I can't speak to what the judges would find necessary. I mean, he was working with the Draconians, but he didn't kill anyone himself. I know that sometimes the nobles...
but he also sent assassins to kill people he didn't even know. So I feel like it's only
You are
and
correct.
apparently somebody thought that thought that same way as well, as apparently somebody assassinated him, and I guess it was only by the grace of God that somebody also resurrected him. It was I think his luck has ran out at this point.
I agree. And of course, if it was up to me, I would kill him on sight, but these lawyers and these judges, how they get when they get together and all the money gets thrown around with the nobles and all that. It can be quite an unforgiving sight, and not a pretty sight, let's say that.
Understood.
However, I think the evidence, at least for his workings with his mine, are damning enough that he will never see the light of day. But we will see if the death penalty is pushed upon him. I think for now, at least, we will just grill him for information, as much as information as we can gain.
Alrighty.
Alrighty. Well, let me think. We've done our little things here, and of course tomorrow I'm going to have to deal with all the press of this. Of course, bringing on you little bit of vagrants is always a little bit hard when we have to spin the story, but it should be easy enough. You've done enough for us. Just wondering if you said you would be interested in maybe helping with the nobles. I know you say you're going to be around for a few days, so maybe I could give you a little bit of information on where to start with that.
You also did. Did you answer Jake's question about payment?
Yes.
like
He said he would arrange something.
Oh, okay.
He did answer it earlier.
Yes, unfortunately, I'm not exactly sure on the rates going these days, but I'll talk to my guard captain here who runs the castle guard, and we'll make sure that we get an appropriate rate for such talented investigators as yourselves.
What's the rate for espionage? I don't know. Got it. I like that.
Exactly. I'm not exactly sure of those inner workings, but I'm sure we'll be able to compensate you fairly.
By the way, this doesn't really have to do with the Draconians much, but if you're cleaning up the place, I suggest you do some have a look at the inflation in Ferendril. It's getting to be a real problem.
Ah, yes, I know. Many people from around the outer...
But not you would have said Ellendeer. It's the place where he said there was a problem.
Oh, okay, in Ellendeer?
Yeah, sorry, I meant Ellendeer. I said Ferendril by accident.
No problem. Okay, he'll look at you and say, "Oh, yes, I do know a bit about the problems there in Ellendeer. However, most of their jurisdiction on the economic decisions falls to the dwarves. They aren't specifically under my purview. However, I'm sure I could help by offering them many services. It might be a good thing to do in this time of war to try and extend a hand towards the dwarves. They have always given us the cold shoulder, as they want their own sovereignty and independence more than anything in the world. However, I think now, under these pressing standards, they might be more willing to open their borders and do a little bit more trading with us. It has always been so limited and one-sided with them, but for now I think if we were to open up a little bit and say that we could ease their inflation problems with different ways, different trading mechanisms, I'm sure they would be more open-minded these days than they have in the past.
Just thought I'd put it on your radar while we were having a chat.
It's a very good thing you did, honestly. I normally had forgotten about the dwarves. I treat them with a sort of apathy, as they so often make it easy to do when they do not want to engage in any of our politics or diplomacy, but I know that the one trade language we all speak is coin, and I think for them, if their citizens are hurting, then obviously we can find a way in that way. All right, well, I mean, if we have nothing else to talk about, I think I should maybe give you a little overview of the nobles here who we think are working with Lusta. It might give you a good place to start if you're going to have some time to investigate for the next while. Well, here in Ferendril, go ahead. Oh, sorry, I heard someone's mic come on, and I'm usually like, if I'm starting something, I'll just let you go.
Oh, my cat sat on the space bar.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that happens all the time to me. All right. So yeah, the noble, the Reeve looks around. He says, "So many of you have already met Lusta, and you might be loosely familiar with the Federation of Noblemen. However, maybe I could explain it a little bit more. They're all businessmen, private businessmen, and they're not attached to the Empire at all. However, they help the Empire in many different ways through different economic trade deals and different services that they can provide for us. Lusta was working mainly with two houses here on in the city of Ferendril, and he was selling his adamantine to a certain house that would deal with all of the shipping routes and stuff, because Lusta himself did not own any shipping. He had to deal with the trade merchant families. So he worked with a house named House Evanwood, and they are the ones that control all the major shipping routes throughout Ferendril. Those are the larger shipping routes for large commodities and goods, large shipments of wood or metals and stuff like that. He was working with House Evanwood, which means that at least House Evanwood may have known that this shipment was coming in, or they may have been able to at least divert parts of the shipments away to the Draconians. It could be potentially that House Evanwood had nothing to do with it as well, and that this all happened under their noses, but without their knowledge or consent. However, there is another house that we could look at here, and that is House Shroud. House Shroud is the famous blacksmithers of Ferendril, who have always provided the Empire and other factions with different weaponry. They are a neutral faction, so they work for whoever they can get money from. However, they are not allowed to actively work with any of the warring factions that are fighting against the Empire. And so if it was found that they were the ones who crafted these adamantine weapons for the Draconians for the battle in the desert, then that would be damning enough evidence. However, it is possible that these adamantine weapons were not crafted by the House Shroud at all, and that somehow within the many archipelago islands they have found a way to set up a forge for the adamantine and create their own weapons. The questions are numerous and abound. However, cracking into these houses is the first steps towards finding out whether or not it was House Evanwood or House Shroud who helped Lusta do this, and if maybe it was neither of the houses and all of this was done purely by Lusta and his agents throughout the islands. So those are the two starting places, House Evanwood and House Shroud. And if you need me to write any of this down, well, let me know and I'll have one of our stenographers write up a little thing for you on the houses.
So go ahead and do that. Thank you.
Alrighty. Come here. Yes. Servant, go go get one of my stenographers and tell them to write up a small, concise explanation of Malark Evanwood and Simon Shroud, the two heads of the houses, and at least that will give these fine adventurers a little bit of an idea of what they're looking for and who they're up against. And you see one of the little servants scurry off and carry the message down to the other stenographers that wait. All right, well, that's done now, and I'll make sure you catch that note before you leave here tonight. Oh, well, I feel like I've been talking forever, just inundating you with all this information that I know, but I was wondering if maybe I could have a few more questions of your time and have a little bit of honest answers from you as well.
Say that again.
Well, I have some questions.
Ask away.
All right, well, first off, I'm wondering what you've done with your gems. I know that they're very powerful, obviously, and they're very sacred, and, you know, they're relics and idols of magic and godhood, deityhood, and, what I'm wondering is if maybe you let me know what you've done with them. I could understand if you're not going to, as we've pursued you for them specifically. However, maybe I could ask if you've tried to destroy any of them yet.
No, we thought that it would be unwise to attempt to destroy them. We instead have hidden them in places that we think will be very difficult to access.
Oh, that's very smart, yes.
We prefer if they just went away altogether.
That makes sense. I would as well. And tampering with such magics can be often deadly, so I do not fault you for not trying to destroy them yourselves. Oh, I'm also wondering here. Zune, and Zune's not here, unfortunately. This was a designated question for Zune, but I'll just go ahead and ask it. Yes, we have the criminal Zune Hostor here. I'm wondering about his connections to the Thieves Guild. I know that their presence can be felt everywhere. And he looks directly at Zune and he says, and I'm wondering if you have any specific contacts on the island. And Zune will kind of raise his eyes and looks at him and he says, yeah, I have some criminal contacts around here. And Oleander looks and he says, good. You might want to access those criminal contacts to find a way to get into the seedy underbelly of this town. If you're going to be investigating and using espionage, sometimes the best ways to find out information is to go to the deepest and dirtiest parts of the world, the places where blackmail is common and the places where two-timing and backstabbing is all too often. And Zune will...
That just the noble houses and courts?
What was that?
You said blackmail is common and, you know, a bunch of backs. Isn't that just noble houses and court intrigue?
Oh, that's an astute. That's yes, you're right there, Jake. You're definitely right. I mean, there is no difference between the savagery of the underbelly and the savagery of the overworld. Honestly, it's all the same. I guess the only difference is that the nobles have more money to spend on their savagery. Yeah, and Zune will look back at him and say, oh yeah, thanks. I'll make sure to check with some of my contacts here if we can arrange something here in the city. And maybe I can find something out. And just out of character, that's a thing I'm bringing back in with Zune's criminal contact. It's part of his criminal background, and unfortunately, I don't think he added it in, and I kind of forgot about it until like just 2 sessions ago when I was reading through everyone's sheets and I saw that he didn't have it on there. So yeah, just to, I guess for those who don't know, the criminal contact allows you to have a fence throughout different towns and different places. It's very much like the folk hero being able to go to different places and have people that will take him in. And there's just a little bit more to it as far as fencing items, I think, and stuff like that. But yeah, we'll get into that a little bit more when Zune returns, obviously, so that we can have him RP that out. But yeah, I just want to bring it to everybody's attention that the Reeve is he knows Zune is a criminal. That's fine, and he's kind of even asking Zune to exploit his criminal background in a way to help everyone. So yeah, we'll go to the next part now. All right. Well, I guess if there's any other questions, I can take them now. I mean, I have questions of my own, but we can go back and forth. All right. Well, if there's no other questions, then I guess I can only ask that you, while you're here in Farangel, to keep your noses clean and to try and focus on our new missions here, which is to try and investigate a little bit about the nobles' houses, but then also to prepare yourselves to get ready to go. If you leave to Tabor, the desert, that's fine. However, I will let you know that there is another way to the jungle. You could always sail there. I've sent most of my men on foot in the desert because I know that they are stronger and faster, moving kind of that way. Our naval fleet is very slow and cumbersome. However, if you do not want to travel by boat or by the desert, you could always travel along the coastline, and eventually you'll reach the jungle as well. So there are 3 different paths for you as you get ready to prepare for this sort of hopefully last endeavor into the wilderness as we try and find these Draconians, their final resting place, and to see what they're up to with this last cataclysm.
Right.
Yeah.
We'll thank him for the banquet, and I suppose actually have they arranged rooms for us in the castle? Maybe as well, right?
Oh, I have not, but there's many rooms. You know what? I would say it would be much better for you to stay in the castle than to go to an inn. So obviously we can set that up for you. Here, come here, servant. Oh yes, my lord. Yes. What is it? Ah, yes. I would want you to set up all these men in our barracks rooms. I'm sure that would be enough space for all of you, hopefully. Bertru and Draxus, I believe, are going to be staying wherever, and Bertru will speak up. She'll say, "Oh, right there, lord. I'd like to stay in the castle too, then." "Oh, okay. Well, that's fine by me, then." "Okay. So we'll get Bertru to stay here as well. Make sure you set up her place nice and just like everybody else's. Draxus, I know you have a place at the Mages Guild, or college, so I'm sure you'll be returning there." And Draxus says, "Yes, I'll be returning to the Mages College, and as my place in the Mages College is probably quite a bit nicer than here. I'm staying in quite luxury due to my preferred position as a recon wizard now, so I've risen up in the ranks a little bit, and I get a little bit more fanciness in my world." And then the Reeve will look back to all of you and say, "All right, well, that should be fine then. You should all stay here, and that'll be good enough. And we can reconvene in the morning, and you can let me know how your scrying went. You can also talk to my associates here, and they will teach you the whatever sort of sigils or recall necessary things you need. As I know many of you are magic users, and if you ever need to have this castle as a place that you can come back to in a time of dire danger, then I will be offering those services to you. You'll just have to seek out some of my house wizards and clerics if you need that information." So.
Oh, it's excellent.
All right, well, I am an old man, and having a good feast and wine here, I think it's time for me to head to bed and get ready to prepare for tomorrow's meetings, where I have to try and sell the Empire on you and, answer all the tough questions about having vigilantes now our heroes, but I'm sure I'll be able to do it. Other than that, I'll see you in the morning. Oh, one reminder, though, and he looks towards Jake. He says, "Jake, I do remember that part of our barter was that you would go and raise the spirits of those who had fought in the desert battle. They're in the medical ward, and if you could go there in the morning and offer your services in healing and mostly just be there as an idol to look towards for hope. I believe that was part of our barter, and I'd ask you to do that tomorrow morning."
Well, unfortunately, I can only do 1 to 2 per day, so I'll do one today as I still have the capability, and then I'll heal 1 or 2 people a day.
Oh, that works for me. As long as you get down there and some people see you helping the Empire with your cleric abilities, that's all I ask.
Alright, yeah, Jake will head to the medical ward and see if there's anybody missing limbs, which I'm sure there are.
All right. And as you get up to leave to go down to the medical ward, Reeve will look up to everybody. He says, all right, well, that concludes our dinner, and I'll be heading to my quarters. You are all free to carouse how you wish or do whatever you want. There is a fine stock of liquor if it's your thing, and if not, we have all the fine bedding for you to just go and have a nice rest. So, with that, I bid you all adieu and have a good night. And he heads out with some of his servants and different advisors kind of crowding him, as this, obviously this meal has taken up a good amount of his time, and they have a lot of pressing issues that they want to discuss with him. All right, well, that's everything on my list for the night. So that gives us to the freedom of having fun now. So we have Jake, you're going to head down to the medical ward. Dandros will look up and he says, well, that was a good meal. I can't really think of anything else to do, and I'm not tired, so I think I'll head out with Jake, you guys, and just go see who, see some of the heroes and who fought in that war. I think it'd be good to see a friendly dragonborn on the side of the empires. There's many friendly dragonborn like me who are not Draconians yet, who have not been corrupted, and I think it's time for us to try and combat the types of prejudice that might exist against my race. So, Jake, if you don't mind, I'll be coming with you, and we'll head down there together.
No, that's not a problem.
All right, Snozy, Castos, what are you guys up to?
I was thinking about going and talking to this Simon Shroud guy.
All right, you want to go to head to House Shroud, okay. Yeah, Dandros will look to you and say, all right, well, I don't think you'll probably be able to get in at night, but who knows, maybe you've got some sneaky tricks. If you're going to head there, though, be safe. I mean, these guys could be potentially working with the Draconians. You don't want to, walk into some sort of fortress where they can figure out who you are and then capture you.
Well, maybe I should go with you, and I can just cast some magic, keep us under the spell that they can't see us.
If you do find any particular, I could leave. How about this? I'll have Juniper stay here with you guys, and then I'll go, and then I'll let you know if we find anything of importance or not.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not coming along, obviously. I'll be with Jake, but that's a good plan.
Yep. And so I'll have Juniper just lightly rest on Dandros' shoulders. She's gonna sit. She's just gonna sit on him. She doesn't weigh much. So.
Yep, sounds good. I'll even pull us off onto the side here as we're getting out of the room now.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Zune looks to you guys. He says, I'll join you. Intrigue and espionage are kind of... I don't know how to do Zune's voice, but anyways. Intrigue and espionage are my kind of thing, so I'm going to join you. So he's going to join you,
All right.
Sunosi and Castos.
Alrighty.
Bertrude's going to look around. You see Draxus is heading out, and as he's heading out, he says to you all, all right, well, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful banquet. It's been a pleasurable night, and if you ever need me, you know where to find me. I'll be at the college, and I'm going to take a little bit of time to study tonight. So I'll be up for a little while if you want to come by, but I'll be deep in my books.
Reading is nice. Whoa.
Yeah, reading is dope. Okay, so let's get everybody squared away. The rest of the castle people all left with Reeve as well. They all, it seemed like they all had things to do, so they all kind of left together as a group. Unless somebody wants to call after them, they're going to be gone. So. All right, and then Bertru, she'll look to you guys and she says, "All right, well, sounds like you friggin' guys are going to go crazy again. You're going to go get into some trouble again. I can't even believe it, honestly. You go looking for trouble all the time. I mean, I guess Danzros and Jake, you're going to do something nice, but anyways, I'm not going to join you, obviously. And the medical ward, that sounds a little bit too depressing for me. I'm turning into Russian. Anyways, so I'm going to head down to have a drink by the ocean, and, you know, if you want to join me, you can find me at the docks."
All right, thank you. You know, you stay out of trouble yourself.
I'll find some trouble that's more my style, I think.
Ooh, your style of trouble. Interesting. Well, be safe regardless of whatever that is.
All right, and you too. Don't be going around poking the bear too much. And then she heads
I'll
off.
try not to.
She hears you and kind of gives you a nod as she hears that. All right, we've got two nice little groups here, espionage group, and I guess I'll call them the, I don't know, the good guy group. I don't know what to call it. The publicity stunt group. Anyways, so I think we'll leave the publicity stunt group alone for a little bit because it's going to be pretty normal type stuff when we get to there. I kind of want to know, I'm intrigued about Castos and Sonozi as you guys are planning to go to House Shroud, how you're going to start and what you're thinking.
So with Castos, like he said that, you know, they taught him the runics, the rune math basically so he'd be able to teleport back to here, correct?
Yeah, it's available to him. He just has to hunt out a wizard in the castle before you guys leave and learn it.
Okay. I mean, do you want to do that?
Oh, I heard you click. I don't know if I hear you though.
Oh, I said sure, yes.
Okay, sweet.
All right,
So-
so you guys head out, and from the banquet room, you're the last to leave, and you can see the different tenants and whatever picking up all the plates and stuff and cleaning up. The band is they're not playing anymore. They're just like hanging out and having some drinks. Anyways, you guys leave, and you don't really know where to go. It's a big castle, and right now all you can see are the sort of the tenant peoples, or like I forget what servants. That's the word I'm looking for. You see the servants all around, but you're not exactly sure where to find a court wizard yet. So you'll have to do some exploration within the castle. I guess that's kind of hard. So I'll just put it this way. So the way this will work is that you guys can just tell me about different ideas that castles would have normally, like different, like, you know, the hold, or like the barracks, or I don't know, the brig, or something like that, or like the
okay.
stables. And then you can just like say, we're gonna go head there, and we're gonna go like look for someone, kind of thing. And then we'll just like play it out as you go throughout the castle, and then yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I guess we'll try looking through the barracks.
All right, yeah, the place where the servants are all setting up different places for you guys to stay. You go to the barracks, and you do not see any magic type looking users. However, I'll get, and we're starting off with Castos. Castos, I'll get you to roll a D100 as you guys enter that little area. A 5, wow, that's low. Do. Oh, wow, cool. So, one of the kind of army kids is hanging around. He's like a little army brat. And there's no other like people in the barracks other than the army brat and a bunch of the servants who are preparing the beds for you. The army brat is kind of like looking around frantically in the room, looking under beds, kind of like bumping into the servants as he goes because he's pretty panicked. And he's looking around, and then when he finally ends up looking through the full barracks and the last bed, he kind of turns to you guys on his way out, and he says, Hey, have you seen my dog? My dog, he's in the castle somewhere, but I can't find him.
Well, that's gonna be easy to find a dog in the castle.
I don't know. This castle's really big, and my dog is really fast. And some of the places I can't even go to. I think maybe like he could have got out, but I'm not sure.
Well, I think the best we can do is keep an eye out for him. Does your dog have a name?
Yeah, his name's Rex.
Rex. Okay. Does he have a collar? What's he look like?
Well, he's kind of a unique dog. He doesn't look like a regular dog, really. Well, he kind of does, but he does this thing sometimes where he blinks out of existence, and he'll like teleport somewhere, and he kind of looks like a gray dog, but you'll see him sometimes do that thing where he goes poof, and then he'll poof again in a different spot, and I mean, he looks sort of like a normal dog, but at least that part isn't normal.
What in the world? How do you
Can I
expect to catch a dog?
what check do I need to make? Is that a history, arcana, nature?
Oh, this is a lot. I would give you nature, and I would give you arcana.
Okay.
And actually, I'm not exactly sure how he looks. Oh, okay. And he'll add... Actually, he kind of looks sort of like a little bit of a cat, too, mixed with a dog. He's got really tall ears and a really crazy tail. So he kind of looks like a normal dog, but gray.
I'll go. Do you have a blink dog in the castle?
Oh, yeah, that's what my mom called him. That's the kind of dog he is. Rex is a blink dog. Nice check, by the way. Yeah, it's definitely a blink dog.
What? Why would you? Why? Just why would you have that?
Well, one day my dad came home and he said he'd been in the wild and he found this dog, and the dog, well, it seemed pretty nice, and and he gave it some food, and it didn't attack him or anything. It was really nice. So he said, well, this could be nice. This dog is probably good for my son here, and so he brought it to me.
And you befriended this dog.
Yeah,
And now
he's
this
a
dog-
really nice creature. He's a little big, though. I don't like when he jumps on me and licks my face.
I'm thoroughly confused, good sir. Are you magical at all?
I'm not magical, but my dad said that the dog is magic, and that's how he does his little trick.
Okay, so if we do catch this dog, what do we get out of it? Do you want the dog back, or you just want him out of the castle?
Oh, I want my dog back. I think I could ask my dad, and he might be able to give you some gold, but he doesn't make very much money. I think maybe I could give you something too, like some of my clothes or something.
I'm gonna say you can't. I'm not gonna go and look for your dog. That seems like one of the responsibilities that you take on for dealing with this sort of thing. So what I will suggest is, can you tell us like where we could find one of the mages for one of the castle mages?
Oh yeah, I know where the mages are. They always hang out in the library. They read books. They're boring.
All right, so where's the library?
Oh, I can show you. Do you want me to take you there?
Nope, just you go look for your dog. Just general direction would be nice.
Oh, okay. You go to the courtyard, and then you go up the spire, and it's at the top of the spire.
Thank you.
Oh,
All
man,
right.
we could blink dog right now to transport us to the top of that spire.
I think the top of the spire is pretty tall. I think the dog can't go that far. I've never seen him go that far. He only goes like a little bit of a ways.
All right. Well, good luck finding your dog. If we come across it, we'll tell him to come back to you.
Thanks. And if you do find him, bring him to the stables. That's where the people are supposed to take care of him.
And where are the stables?
Oh, you'll see them when you get to the courtyard. They're on the far side.
Peter.
All right, see ya. And he goes running off the
Yeah.
opposite direction.
That kid's gonna have a hard time finding his dog.
Yeah, Zune will say,
Alright, let's mosey up.
Zune will look at you and say, yeah, I've had to try and kill a blink dog before, but I could never land the shots. They just teleport away from the bolts. All right, yeah, let's go up this place here. Let's go out into the courtyard and go to the Wizard's Library. So yeah, you guys go out into the courtyard. You can see it's nighttime right now as we've finished our banquet. And there's a few lights on in different places, but you can see the Wizard Tower is lit up at the very top, and there's different levels of it. You can tell that different levels are lit up the higher you go. Yeah, and you guys climb up there slowly, and when you get up there, there's an assortment of 5 different wizards there. And one of them immediately comes up to you and says, I'm not sure you're a castle wizard. I don't know why you would be in the library so late. We are having a private meeting here, and we had booked the space, so if you could kindly make your exit. Technically, the library is closed at these hours.
We're sorry. We'll leave you alone.
I'll say, well, hold on, Cassos. Well, we were actually looking for just one of the mages here. Through the order, we've been giving a task due to charged by the Reeve of the castle here, and he told us to get with one of the mages to just generally learn the sigils to be able to teleport here to the castle. And he told us to ask one of you guys. Could you just help us out with that really quickly?
I guess. All right, everyone, just wait out for me. I'll be back. All right, which one of you is the wizard?
That's me.
All right, come over here. Come over here.
I can learn this as well.
Oh, you know how to conjure different conjuration magic?
I know things, yes.
All right, well then I can teach you the sigil as well. Let's see here. I'm just seeing if it takes any time or money. I don't think it does. You can commit a new sigil sequence to memory after studying it for 1 minute. Yeah, it's only 1 minute. I was making sure it wasn't a day or an hour. Yeah, he shows you the little sigil of the empire and whatever. And after he's done and you study it, you write it down on maybe a piece of paper if you have that or whatever. Or you just commit it to memory because it's a simple symbol. After that, he looks to you and says, all right, this will bring you back to the castle. It'll put you down in front of the castle's gates. It won't bring you into the castle. That's a separate one. But this one will at least bring you to the castle, which is, if you're getting out of danger, that's probably good enough.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, well, I'm going to be locking the doors after this, I think. No need for any other people wandering in here. And with that, he ushers you out.
Hey, Snozy. Let's go over here.
Let's go over where?
Just over here. Out at earshot.
Okay. I'll go over here with you.
Okay, now we're together. Now, I'm going to cast you invisible, and you run in there and listen in on this meeting they're having.
Sure.
I'm curious as to find out what they have a secret meeting in their library all about.
Probably magical things in nature and the stuff that's going on in the thing, but okay, sure.
All right, yeah, you're going to go invisible. Sinozi, right? Just Sinozi, or is it both of you?
I think you can cast 2 people, so I was going to cast him.
I'll say, actually, you could just, well, yeah, go ahead. It's probably for setting up scrying spells to the female barracks. Okay. I
All
like
right.
that idea.
All right, so yeah, you guys have turned invisible now. I'm pretty sure you have enough spell slots. I won't even ask. So yeah, you guys are now kind of like listening in on this secret meeting. It's pretty easy for you to hear through the doors. They're not like super crazy doors. And you hear them talking about, well, this is what they're saying. You know, I've never heard anything that's crazier than a cataclysm that's destroying the ocean. I know that there's all sorts of different spells that create and destroy water or manipulate it in different ways, but the scale of this magic is mind-boggling. I've been looking deep into my water magic books, but I'm not sure, as an elementalist here, I'm not exactly sure that this is the right path to go down. I think that this is some maybe other type of magic that doesn't have anything to do with elementalism at all. It might have something to do with a type of conjuration, conjuring something that is destroying water or eating water, or maybe something else. And then another mage, after he's done, looks up and he says, I don't think it has anything to do with conjuration. I've looked at my books many times over, and there really isn't anything you could conjure into this world that would be destroying water at this rate. I think that maybe it has something to do with godhoods or religions and not magic at all. This is such a large event that it is hard to even imagine that one person could contain the type of energy you would need to manipulate the weave in such a way. And all of them kind of look quiet after a while, and they say, interesting. Maybe we do not need to look at magic at all anymore. Maybe we need to look towards our clerics and our paladins for deeper understanding on the way that the gods might have caused this. And maybe we often should talk to our rangers and our druids. They might have an understanding of the way that this is interacted with the natural realm. For they might have a deeper understanding of the godhood of nature than we do of our own arcane mastery. And they all kind of look around and sort of agree that after trying their hardest as, you know, very talented mages to come up with an explanation for what is going on with the draining of the seas, they are still at sort of like an impasse. They don't even have a really good theory. And so now that this meeting is sort of coming to a close, they're all sort of quietly contemplating which members of the Empire they would like to proposition in information about the way that a god might be able to interact in this realm in such a way. And you can see that the meeting is coming to a close, and they're kind of leaving now towards the doors. And yeah, they're probably going back to their barracks or wherever.
It's interesting. This water situation is such a big deal.
I mean, if you notice, there's a lot of water, and for it to just be going somewhere, probably an issue.
I think it's a god. Like, what kind of god needs that kind of water?
I mean, we're dealing with Takesis as of right now, and we did pass that underwater pyramid thing. I don't know if that has something to do with it as well.
You think we could cause this?
You know what? Maybe we did.
All right. Well, let's continue on then.
Yep, let's continue to cause mayhem. Let's go.
All right, and yeah, you guys head out to the castle. Now you know the recall sigil. I didn't know you knew teleportation circle there, but if you learn it, you'll have that sigil as well. Sonozi. And yeah, you're out now. I'll move you in the map here, just kind of out in the castle road. And you can let me know where you want to start with this whole investigation of House Shroud.
What area are they in? I see Heath Star, Dog Pass.
Yeah, you guys are just sort of like down here in the district. Can you see all your tokens?
I see the token.
Okay, yeah. So, oh, and as you're leaving, they hand you a note. Sorry, you need the note, and they told a stenographer to bring you the note. So here's the note. I just made it live on the journal, investigating houses. So this is probably where you start as far as investigating the houses, the two different houses. And yeah, you guys can take a look at it now. It's in the journal. I'll just read it out even. That makes it a little easier. The note, as you open it, as the stenographer, cleric person runs away, and I mean cleric as in clerical, not as in cleric. Anyways, they hand you this note. It says, It has two headings. One is for Malark Evanwood, and the other one is for Simon Shroud. The first one for Malark Evanwood says, he is an old noble who is a very powerful magician, former headmaster of the Mages College. The Evanwood family is tied to shipping, and they helped facilitate the shipments of adamantine from Magefoot's mines, either knowingly or unknowingly. It doesn't include that part, but it should. Anyways, and then this part says, Simon Shroud is famous for smithing. His family is especially known for adamantine weapons. Either they are smithing the weapons, or the adamantine is being offloaded before then and being smithed somewhere else. So those are the two kind of, if or and, whether or not the Evanwoods actually helped with and knew about the facilitation of the shipments, or if Simon Shroud and his family actually knew about the crafting of the weapons, or if both of these houses are completely innocent and it was actually Lusta Magefoot working on his own the whole time. Those are kind of the two places to start. I will say Malark Evanwood, just to give you kind of a heads up, as he is tied to the shipping, their family home is located in the docks. I won't tell you where because it's not included in this. However, Simon Shroud, as he is known for, their family's known for more smithing and stuff, you can find them somewhere in the Old District.
So let's go to the Old District. That's where I want to go.
I see that's a pretty good idea to start there.
Because I don't want to deal with Eventide right now, because it may be what? Clerk. Ah, okay. Yeah, I think you were thinking of clerical error, and that's what made you think of saying cleric.
Yeah, anyways, yeah, so, and I think, clerical is more of an adjective, and so it's not really right. Also, stenographer is way too complicated for somebody who just writes things down.
Was he taking the minutes?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, this isn't a fucking courtroom. Anyways. Regardless, I'll use the word clerk from now. That's a much better one. So yeah, you guys are going to head down to the Old District, right?
Let's do it.
All right, so it's nighttime, and you can see that there's a bit of a jovial energy amongst the people that are down in the Old District. The Old District is one of the few places between the Docks Ward and the Old District where businesses are. So, and the rest are all residential. The other three outer kind of suburbs or whatever neighborhoods you want to call them. And in the Old District, is where a lot of people do some drinking, some partying. There's big squares, as you can see on the map. I might even hide some of these people because you already know where they are. Regardless, and like I said, there's a bit of a jovial atmosphere tonight because, well, you don't know why yet. Regardless, walking into the Old District, you see people buzzing about. There's people out drinking, having a good time. It's a pretty nice night. And, yeah, you don't know exactly where Simon Shroud's house is or even his businesses or anything like that. But you at least know a place to start.
All right. So, do we see well, he says it's a smith, it's for smithing, so do we see a smithy anywhere in this town or anywhere in the district?
Go ahead and roll
I would assume it
perception.
looks
We'll
the
all
same.
roll perception and see how good we do just walking around looking for signs.
Jesus fucking Christ, I can't read a sign.
I guess not. They're all written in some other language.
What language? Because I have 4.
Oh, yeah, fuck off. No, I'm not. I'm kidding.
Oh.
No, that was just saying because it's Nat 1. It's so bad. It's like it's almost written in another language. Castless, you can't really figure it out either. Both of you have a 6. So you guys walk around and almost all of the storefronts have the same sort of storefront. A lot of them don't have proper signage. It seems that the people of Farandrill would be well enough acquainted with these shops that they actually don't need to do a lot of on-road advertising. But we'll see how this all works out because you would eventually be able to probably see some gear unless it's inside. Now, I'm just trying to find out Zune's perception. One sec here. You do have one extra little homie who might be able to help you out because he's super good at perception.
Oh, yeah. Home slice.
Yeah, there we go. That's all we need.
He's like, it's over here, you fucking dummy. And I'm like, oh, okay.
man, whatever.
Yeah, actually, because he's so low to the ground and kind of, running in between your guys' legs as a halfling and stuff, he actually is able to stick his head a little bit lower below a shelf, and he's able to see in behind that shelf is some outdoor equipment that has been kind of put away, and that equipment is blacksmithing equipment. It's a very small satchel with a few tools poking out, just kind of tucked haphazardly on the side of the building, and it's enough to let Zune know that this is the building. You now have found what appears to be the main blacksmith in this area, and through the different information that was gleaned from Oleander, the Reeve, you know that this is probably the right spot.
Okay. And I'm assuming it's locked up and whatnot.
It is currently locked. No lights inside, nothing going on. It is just a locked building. It's a very nice, ornate building, which leads you to understand that it is probably owned by the noble. It's not like a small, shitty blacksmith. There's very ornate moldings on the outside of the building. It looks very new. The landscaping has nice flowers everywhere and stuff like that. So you can tell that this blacksmith is probably one of the major blacksmiths in town. And just by the way that the building is so ornate and so large, yeah.
Okay. So, does it seem like? We're in the front. Is there a backside to it? I would assume.
Yeah, there's like little streets and alleys that lead between into the backside. And then, that back alley leads back out into the main streets.
All right. I want to go to the backside.
All right, you guys head to the backside, and what you can see there is that there's like a rear entrance. There's a few dumpsters there. They're filled with like old soot, like ash soot from blowing a smelter, or even just like blowing your bellows, I think it's called. Regardless, it's like all the offputs that you would need from a blacksmith are kind of found there in a sort of dumpster that's open. And then there's a door on the back. And there's no windows on the back. However, when you walked around the side of the building, you noticed there were a couple windows, and you would assume that there would be mirroring on the other side, the same couple windows.
Okay. I'll say.
From our perception, can we see if any of those windows are open?
Yeah, no, none of them are. The two that you walked by, at least, are not. If you want to go around to the other side and check them out, you don't need to roll perception because you can just look at windows. So, I'll say Zune pokes his head around the other side and sees that the other two windows are also closed.
Well,
I'll ask Zune. Do you think you can unlock this door, buddy?
Yeah, I'll give it a try. Let's get Zune going. All right, I haven't really picked a lock yet with him or anything. Dex on tools, Dex check. He's going to go ahead and rip out his thieves' tools, and he's going to go ahead and try and open this. So you want to open the back door?
Mm-hmm.
Smart. All right.
Or hold on, wait. Before I was like, check for traps first.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good call. Yeah. Okay. I'm like, is that even ability he's got? It's like, I don't even know. He just does it, doesn't he? He rolls perception. That's what he does. Oh, wow.
God damn.
After looking around, he sees that there is a little piece that would trigger a small alarm bell at the top part, and he disables it. Well, actually, he has to use his tools on that, too, so let's go ahead. He's going to try and first disable this alarm, because he looks back to you and he says, yeah, there was an alarm, actually. Good thing you mentioned it. I could try and disable it. I think I could. I'm pretty good with these tools.
do it. Let's get in there.
All right, just be ready to run in case I don't do it right.
Oh dear.
It's D&D, you never know. Oh no, he cracks it out perfect. And he's actually able to retain the bell. I'm going to put the bell in there, alarm bell.
We took your bell, motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he wants it, but at least like I took it for him, you know?
Mm.
Actually, it's an alarm bell trap. I'll make sure that's clear. Anyways, yeah, now he's going to go ahead and crack the door. with another little check. Boom. Just look at those rolls. Zune is just a classic min-maxer. Anyways, I'm just fucking around. But no, he cracks open the door perfectly. It opens with a nice little squeak. Inside is darkness, which I guess some people can deal with, but he can't. You two are fine, but Zune doesn't really see. As he opens the door, he says, I can't see in there. Oh, wait, maybe he does have dark vision now. But anyways.
I think he would at this point.
Yeah, I think it comes from like something in his ranger class, actually.
Let me see.
I'm like going through his sheet as I'm talking to you guys about it. I'm like, I'm trying to find it, I swear. He's got Skulker, right, which is dim light. It doesn't impose disadvantage on wisdom checks in dim light, so like perception checks in dim light. So even in dim light, he can see good. No, that's not it. You guys can keep going on and exploring this, though. I'll take a look through his stuff.
He gets dark vision at 3rd level. Umbral sight.
Thank you. That's the one. I
Wait,
I knew he got it like soon, or he did have it.
Xanathars, yeah.
Yeah, I see it now. There it is. Thank you. Cool. So yeah, you all can see actually in there. 60 feet of dark vision, which is colorless, I believe, if I remember correctly. But you get all the good shades and gradients and all the detail. You can see that this is definitely a blacksmith's. You can see a smithery. You can see the anvil where he beats out things. You can see the drenching pools where the water is. You can see that there's several projects that have been left out on tables that they've been working on. Other than that, it looks like a pretty normal place. There's an upstairs where the office is, where like they keep all the obviously money and different types of things that they would need to run the business. But down here on the main floor, while you're looking through it, you can see that it's just like sort of the operation level.
And is there like an office or?
Yeah, it's upstairs. There's a second level where all like the rest of the stuff would be.
I'll say, shh, let's go upstairs. Be quiet.
All right, I'll get you all to roll stealth
People look
too.
out for anything. What now?
I'll get you all to roll stealth too as we enter this place, just because like there's nobody there right now that you see, but I assume you're not running around being loud, like you know you're being stealthy. So I want to know what your stealth is. So I know Zune's gonna be fine, but I want to see you two. And just in case something happens too, we need to know it.
Does Zune have spells now?
Yeah, he's got lots of spells. He's a ranger. Well, not lots. I should say he has a handful.
And I would assume I would urge him to cast Pass Without Trace. Dear God, cast Pass Without Trace.
Oh, I don't have that, but I can put a cloud out in here for a little bit, and if anybody comes, they won't be able to see us as much.
It needs to look like we were never here. Don't put a cloud in here.
Well, I mean, like nobody. Well, okay, but I don't have Pass Without Trace.
Oh well, fuck. Okay, well.
I'm naturally stealthy. I don't need that stuff. It's you guys who need that stuff. I can't believe you rolled double ones. God damn. Well, at this point, you are.
Well, we are. Well, he did cast invisibility on us, so I don't know what you want to do about that.
Yeah, no, you guys are just being loud. There's nothing specifically at this point that is going like. There's other mechanics that are in the background right now, but at this point, nothing. You don't notice anything about your bad stealths.
Okay.
I have boots of Elvenkind, so I kind of walk quietly anyways.
Yeah, so I mean, you're good to go that way. Anyways, yeah, and if you're invisible, that's fine too. But the first invisibility, when did you guys cast invisibility the first time?
When we listened in on that meeting with all the art.
Okay, I'm just gonna check if it's still up. Because you just might have to use another spell slot to get it back. And then I'll just make sure you do that if we need it. So casting it for 3 people would have been at 5th level, and then... Oh, no, wait, it would have been at 6th level, 3rd or higher, so 3 is 2. Yeah, so 6, so wait, 3, 4... It would have been at 4th level, pardon me. And anyways, it lasts up to an hour. I'm going to say you're going to have to reapply it while you're in there. You notice that an hour is coming up. You were invisible while you got in there, But Castos, your innate sense of how long invisibility lasts is coming up to the end of your, magic's using ability, and so you know that if you stay here for too long, you'll probably have to reapply it.
I'm just gonna cast it right now again, just to make sure we have a long enough time.
Perfect, that works for me. All right, so you guys are still maintaining your invisibility. Zune and Castos are extremely quiet because they're boots of elven kind. And anyways, so you guys are gonna go upstairs, I assume, or are you gonna? Do you want to investigate down here a little bit? Where do you want to go?
Could I detect magic right now?
Oh, you could you could do that.
Then let's do that. I want to detect if there's any magic in this room, or if there's any magic within this house.
Yep. All right. So it's a 30 feet, and you would get the school. That's what it is, Kay. And it can go through things. All right. So, when do you cast it? Are you casting it as you're walking in, or while you're inside doing things?
Right after I cast this spell of invisibility, I'm gonna cast this.
Okay. 1 sec. I think you can't
That
do it because it's concentration. You would have 2 concentrations going. Yeah, so you can only concentrate on 1 concentration spell, obviously, at a time. And both invisibility and detect magic require concentration, so you can only choose one.
Can't you do that as a ritual, if I'm not mistaken? Buddy?
I guess, yeah, you could. But don't you have detect magic, Sonozi? This is Zune asking you, by the way.
That was an invocation from a while ago, my guy.
Oh, gotcha.
And then it was like not useful, so I changed it.
Yeah. I remember that, so yeah, now it's been changed. Okay. Well, what do we do? Do we stay invisible, or do you want to try and see if there's any magic here?
What do you guys think? Should we try to see if there's magic here and become visible, or stay invisible and be safe?
I have a thing that I can do for me. It will definitely impact you guys terribly. So go ahead and let the invisibility run out. You can do the detect magic, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. Then let's do it that way.
All right. So as you cast detect magic, and on the main floor, you really don't find anything until you walk underneath the office, and you get a little ping up in the office. And I'm just pulling up what type of magic you would get, but there's a small object up in the office just above you, at the next floor above you, probably about 15 to 20 feet, and. Yeah, you can hone in on that. Everything else is normal physical objects that are just used in the natural smithing of metallics. But there is something up in the office that is magical. And again, I'm just going to stand by while I get that information for you. But you guys can go ahead and let me know what you're thinking.
All right. Well, I see this magic over here. I think we should go up to this office at least and check that out. There's got to be something up here that's of interest to us, or
Right.
me.
Right. And so, I'll say, so check. I'm assuming it's steps that go up there. So it's like, be mindful of the steps, and we can go ahead and go on up there. And because I was going to head up there anyway.
All right. So should we check the steps for booby traps then?
Yes.
All right, I'll do that with Zune, and then I'll get him to crack the door, because once you get up there, you'll realize it's locked. Yeah, no traps. Zune sees nothing, so you're very confident with a 22 that he has cleared the way for you, as he has always been able to clear the way.
That's reliable talent right there. I tell you that, boy Zoom, great guy.
Yep, Zune is the kind of guy you want at your back when you are in a tight situation. Oh, I don't hit Dex. All right, Thieves' Tool's coming up as he tries to break open the office door. Yep, he's able to open it. So now that we're up close, Caslos, you can feel the evocation school of magic coming from an object on top of the desk. And when you get inside, you see that the object is one half of a pair of sending stones. and you don't know exactly, obviously, where it goes or whatever, but you see that it's like, and sending stones are like a walkie-talkie, just for everybody's, and they're pretty common around. So you would know what this is, and then you've seen this sending stone probably before, heard of it before. Many people have talked about them and utilized them all throughout the world. And anyways, you see the sending stone on the table. It's there. It's the one magical item in the room. And other than that, everything else is non-magical. You also see there is papers strewn about, and different awards, different pictures, or not pictures, different paintings of what appears to be Simon Shroud hanging in the office.
Okay, well, I think I'm gonna take this sending stone. 'Cause even though it's common, I'd like to know where this will lead us.
One of the mages at the castle may be able to figure out where the other stone is located or something, or we may be able to use it for scrying. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Is there a desk, or I'm assuming there's a desk and cabinets or something in there?
There's a desk and lots of cabinets, and it's a pretty normal office. Dresser type stuff too.
Okay. And so I'll take a look through like the paperwork, see if I find anything of interest or of note, any weird patterns that are like, in the books that are odd and out of place.
Sure. Yeah, as you guys take some time, I'll get everybody to roll an investigation, or unless you don't want to cast those, but Zune will definitely join you in that. I'm just wondering if his natural explorer would come in, because we're technically on the coast. I'm like, does that help with intelligence checks, right? No, I don't think that would come in. It's not quite, we're outside. We're in a fucking building right now.
Jesus fucking Christ, my guy. Okay. I guess I had that one get roll guy, and that was it.
All right. Yeah, that's why I wanted to get a little bit extra with Zune here, because I knew it'd be a hard DC, and none of us are that good. Oh, +4 and 5 is not too bad, but anyways, we do not, after investigating Simon's whole office here, you realize that there is no damning evidence that you can find. You've gone through papers, you've gone through books, you've gone through different proposals for new mines that he's looked at, that he's trying to invest in. Also different business agreements that he's had between not only House Evanwood, but the House of Magefoot as well. But none of it seems to point to any sort of sinister activities. These are all the types of activities that have been declared, and they're all on the up and up, and none of it mentions anything about any sort of Draconians or anything like that. So.
Well, I didn't expect him to hour say, we sent this to the Draconians. That'd be a little bit.
That'd be great. Hey, wouldn't that just be nice? But no, it's not. There's nothing like that.
And so I was like, all right, let's get out of here. Let's go ahead, go back downstairs.
Yeah, there's nothing here for us.
All right.
I say, you want to get your invisibility back on, or is it already on?
I can do it again. Let's do that then right now.
Okay.
And we're invisible again.
Booyaka. Zune is going to go ahead and try and just patch up the work that he did breaking into these places to make it look like it's not so bad. I'm wondering what I would do, actually. I don't think you can do that. Never mind. Screw it. So yeah, as you guys are leaving, he just closes the door, makes it look like, locked, like it's locked again or whatever. Leaving, obviously you don't have a key, so you can't lock the main office door, but you're able to lock the back door. And yeah, you are now out in the streets. However,
I just wanted to go back downstairs for right now.
Oh, sorry, I didn't understand
I was
that.
gonna search for a basement area.
Okay,
maybe
cool.
steal some
Yeah.
shit.
Let's do that. Go ahead. Now that we're back on the main floor, you've dealt with the office and everything on the top floor. Go ahead and roll a perception for me. As you look for an office, and I'll get a downstairs entrance, and I'll get Zune to join you.
Hey, it got back good again. Wait, what?
Wait, what?
-1, but it's a 22. That's
Oh, that's messed.
His negative ones are 20. Well, his nat ones are 22s.
He has 11 levels in Rogue, so he has reliable talent, which means that
Yeah.
he can't roll below 11.
Yep.
All right, that's hilarious.
Wow.
So
Okay.
even an outlaw counts as an 11.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm looking at that.
But
I'm like, that's crazy.
it's just funny to see how it's represented
Oh, yeah.
in the game.
I've never seen it like that before.
Yeah, regardless, you guys, you find no entrance to a basement here. You can see the main entrance and everything else on the main floor, but there's nothing else that's eluding your eyes at this point.
So no other secret areas here. Okay. Is there I'm assuming, like, is there a shield here?
Oh yeah, there's quite a few different pieces of armor and weapons laying around. Some that are completed, and others that are in the processes of being completed.
I'm gonna just go ahead and take myself a little shield here.
All right, it's a normal shield. This one isn't one of the adamantian ones, but it's just a regular shield. But it's a shield. You can add it to your drag it from the compendium. All right, now we're thieving. Hell yeah, let's get thieving.
I'll say this may come in handy later.
Actually, Zune's gonna get really jealous that you started thieving before him, so he's gonna grab a bunch of extra bolts for his bows as he's loading up on different bolts. They're just normal bolts, but at least he's stealing something.
I want to steal too.
I guess we did just steal the sending stone, but anyways. His lust for crime is not satiated, and he puts a few more bolts into his quiver as he's like, yeah, while we're here.
In Rome.
Yeah, anything you guys want to investigate more, or that you're looking around for, or anything else you want to do before you guys decide to head back out into the streets?
I'm good in here right now. I don't see anything that interests me.
Right. Same. We can go ahead and go. Like Zune, we're heading out.
All right, let's go.
And so he has the bell, but he's putting everything back.
No, he's not going to. I don't think. He's just at this point.
Okay.
He's like, whatever. Like, you can't. He doesn't have the abilities to properly like make it look like it's sort of thing where you can't make it the way it was once you've destroyed it. So I was like, no, that doesn't make any sense. But regardless, you guys are now out in the streets. I'm gonna stop you there. You've got a new cool hook here with the sending stone. We're getting somewhere with the investigations. I think I'll take us back to the castle ward though, and the medical ward where Dandros and Jake are heading to. Jake, just wanted to check in with you. So we're here now. We've found the medical ward. There's a varying array of patients and a few nurses tending on the night duty. Yeah, and let me know what you want to do.
Real quick, can I? So I'll tell. Well, Juniper will tell Dandros, hey, they found a sending stone, and they're gonna try to figure out, what other sending stone it's connected to.
All right, Dandros will say back, oh, that's really good. I didn't expect us to start working on this so much, like to get so far so fast, but that's good. Well, if you find anything too crazy, just make sure to message us, and we'll be there right away.
Right. And I'm assuming Dandros will tell Jake.
Hey, Jake, they found a sending stone in the Simon Shroud's house, and we're going to try and figure out where it goes. Maybe it'll lead us to who's behind the Draconians in paying off the nobles and all that, getting them all corrupted up.
Oh, all right. I wish them good luck.
All right, Jake says good luck, boys.
Thanks.
All right, Jake, let's go see what's up with these people here. See if you can lend them a hand in any way.
Yeah, well, head down and just pick somebody at random and cast regeneration on them.
Nice, and you start to see that there is a guy who's had his leg probably either bit or blown off. It's kind of eviscerated in a not so nice way, not like a clean cut, but with scars and different things all around it. And you see that slowly but surely this leg is going to regenerate. If I remember correctly, I'm going to read it just to make sure I'm doing this right.
So it only takes 2 minutes for severed body parts to regenerate, but the spell lasts an hour of continual healing for 10 hit points per minute, so 60 over an hour. Plus, I guess he gets something up front in case he's missing any health.
Yeah, I see that. So his health is returned to him, and he's at full health now.
Yeah, so he would gain 28 plus 60 over the course of an hour, and over the course of 2 minutes, he will regenerate any lost body parts.
Awesome. Yeah, that's definitely more than enough for him to be back on his feet at the end of it. And, you know, he looks at you, Jake, as you're doing this, and he says, "My God, what kind of crazy magic is this? I feel so good."
It's nothing too worth boasting about. All of the heroes in Dandros's party are able to use such techniques of a similar level. I wish you well and hope you better fortune in the future. And I will leave. So I can only do it one right now.
All right, and he'll jump up as you're leaving, and he'll say, "Oh my God, everyone, look at my legs!" And he'll start doing a little jig. And he says, as you guys are leaving, he says, "Hey, I remember they said that the Dandros group is the ones that are gonna help the Empire win. Look at what they've done for me!" And he's kind of jigging around all happily in this medical ward, which is kind of a weird juxtaposition because everybody else is kind of pissed off. They're all like, yeah, whatever, you're all fine. But they're also kind of like happy or whatever. And as you guys leave, he just jigs right on past you, and he yells to the nurses as he's going, "Don't worry about me, Jenny. I'm fine. I'm going back to the barracks. I'll see if I can get back to the front lines." And with that, he bounds towards the castle at a crazy speed. He's like running almost to tell all of his friends now that he's healed and he can get back to war. All right. I guess that's kind of it. Dandros will look at you, Jake. He'll pat you on the back. He says, "It's a good thing we're doing, Jake. We're slowly turning the tide on this battle. And I feel like we're meant to be here right now to give the people of Farandrill hope." All right, now I do know you want to go to the magic shop. I'm gonna say it's closed though for now.
And go to it the following day.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. And so we'll go back to the Sending Stone group. You guys have just finished your stuff. Jake's done their stuff. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to start investigating the stone right away?
We can wait a bit for this.
All right, Zune will ask, well, should we go to the castle then, or?
I wouldn't mind learning some magic if you have some time. If I have enough money.
Yeah, I think we'll have time. Tomorrow, maybe? Sounds like we're going to be spending some days here, so yeah, I think that's fine. All right, back to the castle then. So, Nosy, you good with going back to the castle?
Yes.
Awesome. Dandros, Jake, Dandros will ask you if you want to go back to the castle, if there's anything else you want to do tonight.
In the castle.
Oh yeah, we're in the
I
castle
will
ward.
give-
What am I talking about?
I will give Zune the bag. I will give Zune the shield to put into his bag for now.
Okay. Zune will put it into his bag of holding. I'll make sure, actually, I'm just going to do that right now. It's too easy to forget otherwise.
Simon Shroud shield. Yeah, that's a tongue twister.
Synosi's Simon Shroud Shield. That's definitely a tongue twister. Just checking. Shields are 5, right? I'm gonna go check mine. 5 pounds.
My shields are gold, but there might be more in this world.
Oh, I'm just asking how many pounds.
Yeah, about 5 pounds.
Weird. Mine says 6, but whatever. It really doesn't matter. 1 pound. Okay, cool. Yeah, we all returned back to the castle. I'm gonna take a little break here. I think it's a good spot for us to stop, and then we'll do some stuff before we go to bed for the night and start with the new fresh morning in the morning, and we can do shopping and all the intrigue things we want to do, and even do things with the robot that we found and all that type of stuff. But yeah, just give me 2 minutes and I'll be back.
All right. Hopefully that didn't go too long.
All right, what's up, Twitchers? I'm going to take a second. I'm going to smoke out a little bit just to check on the stream, too. Looks like everything got done right. Okay, cool. And I think I've got all the blips going right. Yeah, I just got to move this a little bit. Looks like my Castos one is a bit too high. Oh, no, my Jake one is a bit too low. That's what it is. And a bit too big. All right, there we go. Now we've got the icons working better. Just gonna make them. I'm gonna keep doing this for a sec here as I get a little smaller. Oh no, that Synozi is good. Cool. Yeah, this is getting good. And I have all these resources now for all this stuff if I ever want to just do it on my own. So I can always rebuild this. Anyways, I'm gonna have a quick hoot for you Twitchers there. Let's see who's even in here today. We've had lots of people in and out. Oh, and we're just back to the regular 3. That's fine. Quick hoot, now we're going back into it. All right. Okay, I am back. Who's all here?
Back.
Cool. Caslos, Synozi.
What's up? I'm here.
I'm here.
Alrighty. So we have all arriven now at the castle. Just toss this in there. Yeah, and Dandros and Jake, we're kind of in the castle, and we're in the medical ward. We've just finished up and left, and so we're kind of crossing in the hallways as you guys enter the castle. And Dandros will look to you guys and he says, "Hey, so the imp told me you found a sending stone."
Yeah, we did. We're wondering if what we should do with it.
Yeah, me too.
Like, I think if we get this looked into, we can actually find where the other stone is, because then we can figure out maybe if they're communicating somehow what's going on. Get a little deeper story.
Yeah, it's a little mystery for sure. Maybe if we can get somebody to understand it a bit deeper. I don't really know any of that magic stuff.
Well, we do have a mages college here, so we should definitely check that out.
All right, well, we'll add that to the list for the morning. What else are we going to do tomorrow?
Well, I think I would like to learn the spell Greater Invisibility, so I think I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
Ooh. Okay.
Ooh, wow. Okay. Wow, that's a... Ooh, that sounds powerful. You
It
can
sounds-
handle
it sounds
that?
like invisibility, but better.
Technically, it is. Find that my skills of invisibility are limiting.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, and just note aside in the DM notes, just to make sure that you actually have the high level slot for it. I'm not looking at it right now, but just make sure.
It's a level 4.
Really? That's so whack. Okay, cool. I thought it was like way higher than that. I thought it was like an 8 or 9. I don't use it ever, so cool.
Regular invisibility, I think, is a level 2.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I just thought like greater you got like way down in the campaign somewhere. So I don't know. I never took it on my other wizards, so yeah. Cool though. Yeah, you definitely have the ability for that. Okay, so all right, Dandros will look at Castos. He says, "Oh, Castos, all right, you're gonna take a day off. That's fine. Well, I mean, not a full day off. You'll be working in the background, but I'm sure that'll take up a few of your hours."
A little time, but we'll catch up.
All right, sounds good. Yeah, I guess tomorrow, maybe you should give us that robot too. We were supposed to go talk about to people about the robot.
Oh, definitely. You can definitely take this 300-pound hunk of metal out of my bag.
Yeah, I think we'll have to toss it into Zune's bag. That's for sure.
Yep, let's do that right away.
All right.
I'm really to see what we can do with this.
Me too. It seems like a pretty powerful piece of technology if we can figure it out.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call him Elf. Yeah, Elf.
You're giving him a name?
Yeah, name. He's a big little toy. He's my toy elf.
I like it. Couldn't be worse than that, honestly, so...
Well, we'll see what happens.
You could name him something like Stink Bug or something, so...
Stink Bug.
Yeah, like I'm saying, it's not the worst idea to just call him Elf. I think that's a pretty good, decent name. Alright, well, I guess we can also just discuss this in the morning if we want. Yeah, what do you guys think? Should we just call her in for now, or what are you guys feeling?
I'm fine with calling it a night for now.
Yep. Yeah, we can spend the night to prepare more useful spells for the situation.
Yep, everyone can change up their books if that's necessary, or if that's something your character does.
I was just checking the technomancies to see if Castos could take a spell to hack into the sending stone and wiretap it, but I don't think he picked any of those.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that was...
It would take a bit of a stretch to make it work, but might be able to argue it.
I mean, we could cast. Well, no, we wouldn't be able to do it that way. There is something I want to ask Jake about though. When you're ready.
Always ready.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that. that orb of power that you have there. Where did you get that again?
A long time back in Candathan, I believe.
Candathan.
Yeah, I can clear that up if you're talking about the Pearl of Power.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that was in Ellendeer. Let's go to the magic shop.
I was looking. Well,
It was Candathan or Elendir, I can't remember.
Yeah, one of the two. Yeah, I think it's actually Kenneth. I think you're right. Now I went to the magic shop and it's not there. So.
Candathan.
Oh yeah, we did the thing in Candathan where I hadn't built the magic shops properly, because I was waiting for us to get to Ellendeer to do that mostly. So I allowed you guys to have one shopping in Candathan. I think it was. I'm trying to remember, but essentially I think you did the one shopping there because I hadn't had an actual magic shop in Candathan yet.
We did. I know we did the side quest for the ogre eyes. I remember that.
So there was that, but also at the end of one session, he asked us to send him a list of items that we were looking for if we had any magical item wants, so that he could either prepare for them to be in a magic shop, because or not a shop, but there was a large bazaar in Candathan that might have had.
Ah. Okay.
So some of it ended up in Ellendeer, for instance, the Wand of Wonder, I think, ended up in Ellendeer that I had asked for. And other things like the Bag of Tricks and the Pearl of Power ended up in Candathan.
Right. Right.
Yep. And some of the other stuff ended up being side quest stuff, due to certain power levels of how powerful things were or whatever. And also, so like your Rod of the Packkeeper became it's technically a side quest we're working on with the Feywild, the Archfey. And then there's other quests going on that will cast those towards his stuff. And then here in Ferendril is actually the final place. It's a lot of it's ludicrously expensive, but these are kind of like me giving you what you want. In Sophia Grimoire at the Mages College, she has a lot of expensive items that were asked for, or that I rolled into with random rolls. So regardless of, some of them being available only in, the side quests, I tried to at least make them sort of available everywhere, at least a little bit of it, but also try to balance it too. It's kind of a weird thing. So, but yeah, that is exactly, you were right, Jake. That's exactly where it all came from. So I guess you can tell that to Sonozi now, because Sonozi was asking that in character, right?
It was like, yeah, I picked this up at the bazaar in Candathan.
I don't think I must have missed out on that.
I believe you had decided to spend your money elsewhere, and didn't have enough to buy one, or didn't want one, or possibly there was only one. I can't remember.
Probably something like that. They're not very common, so it probably was only one, which is fine. It's not a problem. I was just like, I may have to go back to that bazaar and see if anybody's found another one or has another one for sale. All right. Well, I'm turning in. I'll see you in the morning.
All right.
Yep.
Actually, wait. One last thing. We are in Ferendril. We finally have some time to relax and do a little bit of, partying or whatever it would be called. I don't think we would call it partying. Carousing. That's what we're looking for. Yeah, I'm going to go do some carousing. As a big old dragonborn, I think it's part of my duty to go around. Oh, yeah. I heard that there was people out in the old district having fun, so I think I might go join them and do a little bit of carousing. And if anybody wants to join me, you can join me in a night of carousing as we go spend some time throughout the districts of the downtown of Ferendril. Also, I'll be trying to find Bertru and maybe seeing if I can get a few drinks with her, because she was a rowdy one.
Okay.
And Zune's going to agree and jump on his shoulder kind of and be like, yeah, let's get it, Dandros.
I'm gonna go as well, just to make sure that you two don't get drunk and get in trouble.
Okay. And I want to be also...
You definitely get those spell slots back, cast those.
Okay. I'm in for this rousement too.
What did you mean by that? Spell slots back?
I'll suddenly cast those to rest and get his spell slots back.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
He's like 2 level 4 spells. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, but we've been resting. I don't think he's used that many in total today, so he's probably fine to come.
Oh, okay. All right. That's
I mean, it's up to you, Castos. Do you want to rest, Castos, because you cast some spells today, or do you think you're? I mean, we're going to drink. We probably won't get into too much trouble, honestly, but we could. You never know.
We're drink involved. I'm involved.
All right, okay, come along.
Oh.
All right,
well. I guess I will go to make sure you 3 don't get in trouble.
sounds good. We probably won't get into too much trouble. Jake, I know this isn't really your thing. It's fine if you don't want to come. We'll probably be getting up to no good, as some might say.
Yeah, I'll pass on all that. I'm just gonna head to that store you told me you visited that sells magical items. I think I'll head there.
All right, sounds good. Oh wait, you're the store is closed for the night. The college is shut down right now.
Why would didn't we say we were resting?
We were about to, and then Dandros said, "Wait, before we go to bed, I'm gonna gather up everyone to go drinking down by the docks. It's nighttime. We want to," and then that was the whole carousing thing. So, anybody who wants to join me on carousing and drinking, I invited, and then Zune said yes, Castos said yes, and Sonozi said yes because, you know, once one person says yes, it's like, oh, we gotta watch their back kind of thing. But Dandros doesn't seem like he's trying to get into too much trouble. He's, like he said, he's just trying to get some drinks.
That don't mean trouble won't come looking for him.
That is true. It's better to stick together, never split the party. All right, but yeah, Jake, it's up to you if you want to
Jake's
come
okay.
join us for this.
Jake's safe at the castle, maybe.
Yeah, he's offering this proposition to you, whether you want to come join us while we drink and maybe go find Bertru.
Decided to sleep.
All right, that's good. Sounds good. I figured, yeah, that might be the way to go. Cool. So, Dandros gets you all together and says, well, Bertru said she'd be down at the docks. So, and it's always really nice to go look at the bay and stuff with the moonlight. Let's go down by the docks and we'll start just maybe doing some bar hopping a little bit and we'll go from there. Does that sound good to you guys?
Sounds great.
Sure.
All right. Yeah, and so just as an out-of-game heads up right now, what I'm going to do is going to take us through a night of carousing for anybody who joined, and then what happens is each of us will make our own D100 check on how the night goes. We have a specialized carousing table here that is, you can find it in the Dungeon Master's Guide, and then the one they have is a little bit, it's not that in detail, so I've added more detail and more interesting things. Like I said, a lot of this is just sort of fun type stuff, but there is some other things in there that might be curveball-ish. And so if you get a curveball, well, we just got to roll with it. And then what happens is we'll RP through the night, and then as the night goes on, at some point I will just say that, you know, we continue our night of carousing, and then this happens, and we'll all roll. So we go to our first bar, and Dandros orders a drink. We look around, we don't see Bertru there. But we figure it's a nice place, and so it's right on the edge of the waterfront, and we can all kind of see the water out the front of it. It's a small bar populated mostly by humans, but there's also half-elves around. There's a lot of gnomes and halflings as well, and that's the majority of the race makeup. And yeah, Dandros buys the first round, and he brings back some drinks, and they are just regular old beers. Or I guess mead in this case, I would say, because Dandros likes a little bit different taste. So he brings you some mead, actually. And he says, all right, some honeyed wine to set us a little bit loose for the night. And he hands you all one, and he says, cheers to our adventuring together.
Cheers to crisp beers.
All right. Yeah, and you know, if there's anything you guys specifically want to do while we're carousing, feel free to RP it now. Otherwise, I'm just going to take us through a series of bars until we meet Bertru, and then we're going to go roll on the carousing table to see how the night goes.
I'm just keeping a watch out for them so far, just making sure just keep an eye on, make sure nothing's really going on.
Cool. Yeah, as you guys, you can scan the areas around, and it seems like for the most part, normal stuff. And you'll be able to definitely tell if something goes weird between now and the times that we end up partying. So we've got Sonozi in Sentinel mode. Zune might try and seduce someone because he's already done that in this campaign, so I'll leave that up to the dice. Castos, is there anything you want to do tonight while we carouse specifically before we just continue on with the rest of the night?
I'm gonna order a party platter.
Hey, there we go. Castos, finally we're not eating that goddamn frickin' dried fish. We've been eating that for so many days.
Fresher than the lean, sure.
Sorry, I didn't quite catch that one.
This is fresh, but it's fresher than what we've eaten before. Nothing like good old bar slosh.
Yep, fills the belly, and it tastes just good enough. Alright, well, we all finish our party platter, and Dandros says, maybe we should keep going on, maybe we can find Bertru. That's kind of his thing. He wants to go hang out with Bertru, like he said, and share a few drinks and laughs over the adventures that we just had with her, as they were so crazy. And she was captured, and he wants to talk to her about that and stuff. And eventually we do find Bertru in one of the bars. And we'll just go hang out there. I'm going to move the tokens over too, I guess. I'll just bring her to the fucking castle. Anyways, so we're all hanging out with Bertru now in the bar. Oh. Sticky tokens today. Anyways. And Dandros, after we find her, he says, "Hey, Bertru, good to see you. Here, let me get you a drink. I wanted to talk to you about all our adventures." And Bertru says, "Hi, come on in here. I didn't think I'd be seeing you tonight. That's, a little bit late for you to be up. I haven't seen you ever stay up this late there, Dandros." And he kind of has a laugh, and then Dandros, after a little bit of small talk, he kind of sits down and asks her a serious question, and he kind of looks at her, he says, "Bertru, I was wondering when Colonel Dansforth tied you up and everything, I was wondering if he said anything weird about us, or he was talking about, the things that people were saying about us, we at that point we were basically criminals, vigilantes, and I was just wondering about maybe even if there was anybody in his crew that said anything weird, And Bertru kind of speaks up and she says, "Aye, well, there was apparently a group of people that were calling you some heretics. Yes, apparently they were all saying that you are fighting on the sides of the Draconians, and that Dragonborn like you would never be on the side of the Empire." And Dandros kind of gets all angry, and he says, "You know what? That's it. I've had enough of this." And he goes to the bar, and he says, he stands up on the bar, and he screams to everybody, "All right, everyone, if you want a free drink, come get one now. They're all on me." And he stands at the...
Whoa, Dandros. What? You haven't paid me. What the fuck you mean here on you?
Oh,
Do
Sonozi.
you have enough gold for this?
I got enough. These are beers. I owe you a lot of money, but I can pay for a few beers.
Oh, okay. Then continue.
Words of an alcoholic.
Yeah, I mean,
love it.
listen, I've got enough money to have fun, but I don't have enough money to pay a high-level ranking adventurer that just I had on my payroll for a week. It's a very different magnitude of scale we're talking about. But, don't worry about me, Sonozi. I got my money here.
All right. Have fun.
I thought you were worried I was calling too much attention to myself.
I mean, that too, but also,
Yeah, I think we're okay here. Hopefully, now you got me a little worried, but I think we're okay. I'll stay at the main bar here. As long as we're in sight, we're probably fine. And you see lots of people all coming around jovially, getting beers, and Dandros is, handing out money and stuff. And actually, he just tells the barkeep to make a small tab, one per everyone. And the barkeep is very good. He's got a little ledger on, and he's like, "Okay, no problem. I can handle that." And after that, he comes back to the table, and he, with Sonozi and stuff, he says, "Yeah, I just want to start changing the name of Draconians around here. I feel like Dragonborns, we always get tied in with them. And I want to make sure that people know that there's still some good ones out there."
Yeah. I mean, I wish you the best on that one, buddy.
Thanks.
I don't want, any innocents to be, have something negative befall them just because of how they were born.
Yeah, exactly. I've been getting some weird looks in town. I know, I've been seeing it. But anyways, I just wanted to clear that up and, start giving the good Dragonborns a good name. And, thanks for all of you guys for at least, seeing the good in me and not thinking those things. I don't think I've heard anybody ever say anything that, they were worried that someone like me could never work and help the Empire work for good. So just want to say thanks for that. And, well, here, cheers again to having a good party.
Cheers.
Alrighty, and with that, the night continues on. If there's nothing else you guys are specifically interested in, or you want to talk to Bertru, you can do that. That's fine. If not, I will say the night continues on, and we can go into the carousing table and see how our nights end.
Let's carouse.
Let us carouse. I kept forgetting the name of this, of the word carouse, and I would say cajole, which I know is a completely different word, and it would just mess with my brain all the time. But I finally remember the word carouse. All right, everybody can roll a D100 other than Jake to see how our nights end. As the liquor starts flowing and everything gets a little weird. Dandros is first and then Zune for my rolls. And then Bertru after that, actually.
Nice variety.
All right, just pulling up the table now and coming back to the chatty old chat. And here we go. We've got the rolls. First one. All right. Hey, Dandros got in first. All right. So let's see how his night goes.
I guess Bertru's dead.
Did I not get 3? Oh, no. Oh, yeah, she got a 7. We'll see. We'll see how her night goes. Definitely the lowest. Yeah, we've got a good spread cast, though, so you were totally right, actually. All right. Oh, Dandros wakes up in an alchemist shop. There are a number of empty vials on the floor around him. For the next 2d6 days, everything that should be green looks purple, and food tastes like it's vibrating. Weird. Occasionally you burp multicolored bubbles. Oh my god. So I got drunk and found my way to an alchemist shop, broke in, and drank a bunch of vials. I immediately get the fuck out of there and just run back to the castle and hope that nobody saw me. I try and do it stealthily. I'll roll the 2d6 in a stealth just to check out how it goes, but other than that, I gotta remember these effects now too. Okay. Anyways, let's go to Castos next. I'll explain yours and then I'll do some stuff because we probably have both things to do depending on how it goes. Oh, yes. Okay, Castos, you met some other people and you went to a seedy club, like a really underground, seedy, underbelly kind of club. It's not very nice. And it looks like it was amateur night there. Your clothing is in a pile in the corner and you don't know where the G-string came from, but you have an extra 1d10 GP and an invitation to a VIP party the next day at an NPC's estate. Who is a noble. It's a noble.
Oh, wow.
It says influential NPC state, so I'll give you you got really wild last night, and what it appears is that you definitely dressed up in female clothing, specifically a G-string, and danced for this person. Maybe I don't know what happened. You don't know, but you do have now 1d10 GP, and you have this invitation to an NPC's estate party the next night. Go ahead and roll the 1d10. So you got 6 extra gold.
Great time last night.
Definitely.
Big time for Harambe.
But I know it was fun.
Wow, that was oof. Okay, I've got to remember some things. Okay, I'm going to take a little standby to do all my stuff here on my end, and then we'll get into Snowsies, and then we'll just keep moving through them. Dandros, I burp bubbles. That's the biggest thing. Okay, I can remember that. And then yes, there is actually more tied to Castoses, so I will keep that in mind. Okay, I'm good to go. Sinozi, let's pick out you now. All right, Sinozi, after a night of carousing with us and, we split up and get too drunk and everybody's going, oh, God. You wake up in the private gardens of a local noble's wife. Her favorite topiary has been reshaped into a crude likeness of your penis. You are covered in clippings.
Whoa!
Now, I don't know if you actually have that, so I'm gonna edit that one. It's a penis, not yours specifically. It is just a penis, but phallic.
That is hilarious.
Yes, it seems you got into this garden and thought it would be a good prank to chop up her topiaries into a new form. But yeah, there's stuff all around you, like the clippings at least, so you know you're the culprit. All right, and I'm just gonna assume everybody runs the fuck back to the castle ward, and I don't think I'll do stealth checks because we'll just get out of there. All right. But there could be well, there's definitely all sorts of different consequences.
Can I not yet?
Hey, yeah, actually, if you don't want to leave, yeah, here, we'll go back. Caslos, when you wake up in that, so you wake up, where did you wake? Oh, in a seedy club. So the club is...
I woke up with the CD club, and I woke up with my clothes in the corner, me and a G-string against some random house.
Yeah, and so what do you want to do after you wake up in this situation?
I want to cast Detect Magic, just to make sure there's nothing that I'm going to leave behind.
Oh, okay. No, it seems all of your items are together. It looks like you voluntarily put your stuff away in a neat little area. Only your items are magically resonating currently.
Perfect. I'm going to gather all my stuff, kind of look around, and gauge what part of town am I in.
All right, and I believe the shantytown was over in Dog's Pass.
Oh, I'm way out of here. Okay.
Oh no, the other end, the top one. I've got a bad. Yeah, that one. You're in Hidden Ridge right now, and it looks like this is sort of like a bar that's been tucked into a back alley in the middle of almost like a small commercial area that like a strip mall in a neighborhood. This is the equivalent of like a small town's strip mall in a local neighborhood. However, this bar specifically, you go in the backside of this sort of a row of buildings that would resemble what we would call a strip mall now. And you come out the back alley of it, and you realize that is the main entrance for this bar.
I would like to also read the invitation that I have received.
Ah, yes. Oh, this is good. I'm just getting the name. Oh yeah, Oleander. So it's blah blah blah. So give me a sec here. I want to pull up a good name. Davin Oleander has invited you to his estates in the Docks Ward for a special night of carousing. The nephew of the Reeve invites his friends to also engage in socializing and fine dining and drink while they attend this party. Retain this invitation for you and one guest.
Interesting. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna get dressed, and I'm gonna slowly meander home, I guess. Drunkenly, hungover. I should also grab some water.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah. Now we go to Sonozi, as you have woken up. I've already forgotten. Oh, in the hedge. That's what it is.
Okay, so I'm assuming it's morning.
Yep, and you're on a noble's property.
And I remember the hedge and the leaves and whatnot. What are my surroundings? Like I'm assuming I'm outside.
Yeah, you're outside in a garden. And there's like other topiaries which are like evergreen bushes that have been shaped into different sculptures, like tree sculptures or whatever, bush sculptures. And then there's like a stone cobble fence around the garden, and then that stone cobble fence goes not just beyond the garden, but it outlines the whole estate. And it looks like this is a medium-sized estate. It's larger than most people's houses, but it has a very large garden, and it's a pretty big house that you see behind you. It's a 2-story house with lots of square footage, and again, it looks like this place is very fancy and nice. and yeah.
All right. So, do I have 10 minutes?
Let's see. You've woken up in the morning and gardeners are going to be coming soon. However, they're not coming that soon. So yeah, you don't know how much time you have. I'll put it that way.
All right.
I shouldn't have told you when they're coming.
Realizing,
Anyways.
seeing the situation of where I am, and kind of realizing like, oh, this is a real nice place. Interesting. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try to cast Find Familiar.
Yep, and your imp comes to you.
No. I don't want the imp. I'm going to, because I get an option. I'm going to summon a Quasi.
Okay.
I'll get it for you. It's I'll send you the link for it on here.
Yeah, I'm like ripping through D&D. I'm like, I'll find it. Oh, there. That's how you spell it. Okay. Got him. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
He has Scare, Claws, Shape-Changing, Invisibility, Magic Resistance. He's got Dark Vision, Passive Perceptions here. Yep, I got it.
And so, am I able to get him off or get him out?
I think so. What kind of restrictions are you thinking about? Like, you still have all of your magic.
Right. No. I'm doing a thing. So, when he comes up, I'm gonna say,
Oh, shit. Do you want a
I'll
token? Is that what you want?
huh?
Well, so were you asking for a token?
No. I don't need a token.
Okay, keep
I'm
going.
just saying, like, when he shows up, I'm gonna talk to him and say, "Hey, I need you to help me with a little bit of thing. You'll be gone pretty soon." And so,
Okay.
and so I'm going to. Oh, okay. Hold on. Jesus Christ. Chill. My cat's flipping out. I'm going to walk up to like the side of the topi, well, the side of the building, like a wall, and I'm gonna go, "Hey, what are you doing? Hey, stop it!" And start pointing at the Quasi.
Oh,
And
wow. Okay.
and I will have it start to. I'm going to. You said it's shaped like a penis. I'm going to have him use his claws and like basically cut the tip of it off with his claws. And I'm just like, "Hey!" And I'm going to yell out again, "Hey! I'm warning you! You stop that!" And I'm yelling at him, hoping to get somebody's attention.
Yeah, definitely. Well, you've definitely woken up the nobles within, and the gardeners haven't arrived, so you can hear some stirring within the house now as this shouting is going on outside. Eventually, they do emerge, and they see the Quasit, and they look up towards you. Are you invisible at this point, or pardon me? Are you just on the side of the wall?
I'm just standing on the wall.
Okay, cool. Yeah, they see the Quasit there, and they start yelling at it like so there's a male and a female. They seem to be the heads of the household. They're quite old, and the female is screaming in kind of terror, being like, "Oh my God, what is it?" And the male is yelling at it, "Hey, get out of here! Get away from there!"
And I'll have it divert its attention towards them and make a lunge for it, and then I'll shoot Eldritch Blasts at it.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. So they immediately, as they see it lunge, start to try and turn away, and they run away and start to try and head back into the house. And then they see that you shoot the Eldritch Blasts now. Are you specifically trying to take it out?
Yes.
Well, then roll to hit. Yeah, the first one hits. I think that's enough, probably just off one to do it. We'll see.
It only has 7 hit points, so.
Yeah, I'm like, that's
we'll
probably enough.
Well, let me see. Nah, yeah, it's only 7, so.
Roll 3 2s. Just kidding. Yeah, you're good. Oh wait, that's what. Never mind. Anyways, I was looking at the wrong thing. But regardless, yeah, you kill it, or you at least quote unquote knock it unconscious, and the body of the Quasit is just laying there unconscious, slightly breathing, heaving its chest up and down. And the couple comes out and they say, "Oh my God, thank you! Oh my God, what kind of crazy beast was that? Have you ever seen anything like that?"
I'll say, no, I haven't actually. I was I was going by, just enjoying the morning here, and I was hearing a weird noise, so I decided to take a look, and I saw whatever this thing is making a bit of a ruckus and messing up your topiary here. You guys okay? Is this gonna be okay?
Oh yes, we're fine. It's totally fine. Seems that every day this place is getting crazier and crazier. More and more things are going wrong in Ferendril every day, almost it seems. But I guess I'll have to call the authorities on this one and let them inspect the body. Here, I can give you some gold for your troubles. How does 10 gold pieces sound? That should be plenty enough, right?
I don't need the gold. But the Dandros group is here to help the people of Ferendril, and by the way, I think that his body literally like dissipates or something. Looking on that.
Oh, I better hurry then. Darling, get back inside. You never know what could happen. I'm going to go get the authorities. I'll run down the streets here and find them. Thank you again, traveler. You said you're part of the Dandros group.
Yes.
Yes, I heard about the fanfare at the castle yesterday. I wasn't there personally, I was working, but I heard that they had a big celebration and that they've brought you in. It's almost unbelievable to have somebody so tightly tied to the Reeve himself in my lawn here in my garden, but I'd like to thank you personally. If there's anything you ever need, feel free to come back to my house and, I will be able to offer any of my assistance or service to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. What was your name again?
My name... Whoa, that was a good one. That was one you got me on. I just did that whole thing with no names. Oh, don't worry about my name. I need to hurry off now, but if you come back later and you need me, I'll be at my house here, which you already know where it is, so you don't have to need to know my name. Bye. And he begins to run away as he's trying to get the authorities.
Can I make an insight? Like, what the fuck is that? All right, you don't need to know my name. I'm gone. Bye. Ah!
Yeah, you could insight check it. Or you could just give me like a minute and I'll actually get a name. If you really want one, I will do it.
No. It's fine. It's fine. And I rolled a fucking 4, so it's fine. I was like, okay, that went weirder than expected, but fine. Okay.
Yeah, as far as you can tell with your 4 insight, he is extremely dutiful, and he wants to get to the authorities as fast as he can because you told him the body might decay. So instead of exchanging pleasantries with your 4 insight, you can tell that he is most likely just very dedicated.
And I'm gonna say, sorry, little buddy. In another time, maybe this will go better. In another time, I'll feed you some food or whatever. And then I'll head back over to the castle.
Okay, sounds good. And you're leaving his little body there, or are you gonna?
When I cast that spell again, it's gonna disappear.
Okay, cool. All right, so you are back at the castle. Castos is there. I've made it back. Oh yeah, now we're doing Bertru and Zune. I guess Bertru doesn't really matter, but I guess we will see where she goes. And then we'll do Zune next. Or, wait, no, it went Dandros, Zune, Bertru. Yeah, so she got a 7 and he's got a 65. All right, we'll do Zune next. Keep it in order so I don't lose my mind. Oh, and I have to see how many D6's days my event of burping random colored gases lasts.
This It tastes like it's vibrating.
It's literally, yeah, that's so weird. It's literally going to last over a week, so okay. I got 8 more days. I'll put that as a resource on my thing actually right now. And then we will get into Zune to see how our buddy comes out of this whole night and see if we have a rogue still. Just kidding. Okay, I'm good to go. Let's go. He rolled 65, I believe, and let's check it out. Zune wakes up in the woods. He is 3 miles outside of town.
Dear God, what the fuck happened to him?
And it's from the place he last remember, and when I roll this, it's from the last place we were, so it was the Docks district specifically, where we were drinking with Bertru, that he is 3 miles away from. And he is in the woods, surrounding Farandrill here. And, oh God. Oh, cool. I don't know what these things are, so we're just going to have to take a second while I look up some things. Stand by, and then maybe you guys will know what it is. Oh, it's an actual... Oh, I should have been able to do this with Latin. Anyways, he wakes up around these mushroom creatures. They are sentient, conscious mushroom creatures, and they are called myconids. And myco meaning mycology is in mushrooms, and nids, I guess, is just as a humanid, you know, like whatever. So it's a myconid. And they are all singing him a vaguely soothing song that he remembers from his childhood. And they are all around him in a sort of healing manner, as they are healing him of his, affliction of the drink. And they are singing to him. There are 29 of them. And he wakes up in the middle of them. Now, I think there's even a sheet for a myconid. I'm just going to go check it out quick, because I got to figure out if he's going to be able to speak to them or whatever. Oh, I don't even see it. Weird. Alright, stat it up, stat it up. Here we go. Myconid adults. That's what he's surrounded by. There are some adults and there are some children, but there are 29 of them in all together. What do they speak here? Oh, they speak no languages. All right, that's good. So they're just singing a sort of soothing melody to him. It's at that point, though, that he decides he needs to get back to town. He is in the woods. So let me just quickly roll some things. He's going to have to try and get back to town. It might take him a while today. You guys are going to probably end up wondering where Zune is for a little bit. You know what? We're gonna pull him off for a little bit here. Pull him off to the side. I'm gonna give him one thing. But anyways, Zune at least is making his way back to town in the morning, after being somewhat having his hangover sickness cured by these myconid creatures that he found in the woods. He doesn't remember how he got to the woods. All he remembers is that we were last drinking with Bertru. Now let's go to Bertru just quickly, see how she does. Oh, she wakes up in a bed with an NPC she's previously made friends with. She only ever made friends with the one NPC who refused her advances last time, and then she went and got drunk in the docks all sad. This time she finds that same person and is successful. And Bertru is now most likely starting some sort of romance here in Farandrill. Okay. Just for context for the next day then, I will need to know when Zune gets back, so I'm going to play out his little bit here getting home, and then everybody, we should be good to go.
Let's do it.
Castos, where did you move your token?
Up in Hidden Ridge.
Oh, that makes sense. Alright, well, you've made it back. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Okay. So I guess what I'm going to do quickly for Zune, how fast does he travel? 3 miles. Just going to check out how much 3 miles is in feet. It's 1,500 and he does not move very fast. So he needs to figure out a way to get back to town fast. Let's see what he sees. As he is in the forest, let's see. He's got a high perception, so I'm sure he'll make it out fine. Especially as a ranger. Yeah, 1584 is right. That's like it's an incomparable amount of like a crazy amount. Or wait, actually maybe it's not. Why am I measuring it that way? One sec. Okay. He actually walks pretty fast. I thought it was way slower. He can walk like a pretty good amount. So, I'll say that it's going to take him a few hours to get back, but you guys won't see him in the interim while he is walking in the morning. He'll arrive probably just at late morning, closer to noon. However, once we all get back to... so we'll pick it up at the castle now. I believe I've taken care of everybody's random side effects and random stuff. Bertru found love. Sucks for everybody else, I guess. Although, good job, Sinozi. You made us look good. Although maybe Castos found some love too? Who knows? Regardless, everybody has now arrived back at the castle. And as you guys are arriving, a few of the stewards of the castle invite you to a breakfast that they've set up in the same banquet hall that we had from the previous night. Jake, you've woken up. Now, Jake, did you want to go to the magic shop like before all of these guys get back?
I mean, I don't know what time they wander in, but Jake will, have whatever complimentary breakfast I'm sure they serve us at, I don't know, about 9 and head to the magic shop. And I don't know if these idiots are asleep until noon or if they're wandering in at 6 a.m.
I would say that you're going to miss each other just because it takes them a little while to get back and, yeah, they have to like walk through the city, so. All right. Sorry, go ahead.
I was about to say, would I not pass them?
Depends. You were coming from technically Dog Pass, which is where the nobles are, not the seedy underbelly, but the nice part. So you really wouldn't have. The person who would have been Castos. So I'll say, just for a little bit of fun, Jake, as you end up going out for the morning, Castos, before you reach the castle walls, you guys cross paths in the old district as Jake is heading towards the magic shop.
What's up?
Oh, hello. I thought you had stayed at the castle.
Well, that was the plan. It didn't work out that way for me.
I see. Well, you should rest. You look like shit.
I feel like shit too. But hey, I got this though. I got this little fancy invitation tonight. As I pass you the card.
Right. I guess I'll. That's nice. I guess.
You should come. You're well rested. You can take this on with me.
I could, but I have very little interest in it.
Alright. Be a party pooper. So where are you off to?
I'm looking to see if there are any items that can expand my strength in preparation for the battle against the Draconians, as I thought it would be.
You got a good point there. Maybe I should do that too. But speaking of which way is the castle from here?
You can see it from here. You see that big building over there that looks like a castle? That one's the castle.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the castle sits above
real.
the rest of the city.
See you later then.
Alright, I'll let him go by and continue on the way.
Obviously, Castos was hella drunk. Just kidding. Still very
Oh, yeah.
hungover. Just kidding. All right. Cool. Well, at least we know where Jake is. So yeah, Jake, you get up in the morning. You head over to the college. The college is, bustling with students as they obviously do in the mornings. Some of them look a little tired or whatever. And I assume you're going to see Sophia.
If that is her name, then yes.
There, she's right beside you now. Yeah, you see her. She's running the shop. This shop is stocked with very, very nice, very, very powerful looking items. Some of them more so than others. They're in these nice, locked away, glass type looking block boxes and different display cases. And there's a few different curious people looking around, but the shop is not very busy.
Hello there.
Oh, hi. I don't think I've seen you around.
No, I just came in yesterday, in fact. However, I was recommended to this shop by a friend named Draxus.
Oh, I know Draxus. He's a good guy.
Indeed. So I had two requests, one about a specific item, and one a bit more of a rumor that I had heard in Ellendir from a person that shares your profession named Doga Muye.
Ah, I know a little bit about Doga. We deal with the same buyers and sellers of magical items sometimes. In fact, I'm pretty sure when you guys were up in Ellendir, I had a little bit of trouble getting some of those, artifacts, and I'm sure she was in the same boat.
Indeed. So the artifact I am looking for, I'm not sure if you have heard of it, although you probably have, is known as a Tome of Understanding.
Yeah, I know a little bit about that. It's a pretty powerful magic item, but they can be found throughout the realms. What did
Too
you
much
want to
of a
know?
coincidence you have one on hand, but do you know if you could get one or where I could find one?
Well, they're a little bit hard to come by. I don't know where you would particularly find one, as most of the times when somebody gets one, they tend to spend the time to read them, and then they lose their powers. But I do know there are some people around the Mages College who might be able to craft something like that. It's a pretty difficult thing to craft, but we have some pretty good spellcrafters around here.
Well, if you could recommend me to one, that would be very, very helpful.
How about this? Where are you staying in town?
Oh, I am in the Reeves Castle.
Oh.
It's one of the guest rooms.
Oh wow! Oh wow! Okay, well then. Well, I was hoping maybe I could just stop by later and we could talk about it. I'm gonna go talk to my associates here, but once I learn what I learn, I kind of just want to make sure that I tell it to you personally.
Well, how about I'm not sure if you're capable of casting the spell Sending, but I am.
Oh well, that would
Why
work.
don't, I'll check in a few hours and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, sure. Just ring me anytime.
All right, and the other item, I have a thing here called a bag of tricks. And Doga told me that I might be able to find someone capable of infusing dragon scales into it to increase the power of the puppets summoned by the bag of tricks.
Ah, the bag of tricks. What a cool little item. Yeah, the original people who made it were members of the college a long, long time ago. I think, though, I don't know any of them. That's a little bit beyond my knowledge, although I can talk to our headmaster. He would know a lot about that. I don't know if he's busy right now, but if you want, I can I can let you know in a little bit here about what he tells me about it.
Or you could just direct me to him and I can have a chat. I am not of your shared profession. I don't use arcane magic, but I have some knowledge of spellcasting myself.
Oh, wonderful. Well, yeah, you could try and head upstairs. He's on the very top level, the 5th level, and you'd just have to go to the office there, his office, and you have to talk to his secretary. But I mean, if you say that I sent you, I'm sure that'll be fine. Or even if you know Draxus, you just tell them that, and that'll be fine.
All right, I will thank her for her time, and I suppose I will head up to the headmaster's office.
All right, bye. Don't be a stranger. Cool. Yeah. There's a small office at the very top. Amongst on this floor, a bunch of other lounges and meeting rooms that are open right now. Different ones are being used. Other ones are open. And there's a couple offices on this floor, but the one that's definitely his is at the far end of the hallway. And as you get closer, you can see it says Headmaster. I'm just pulling up the name right now. Aegis College. Headmaster Endanis Alora. And the door is open. However, it leads to a small, smaller room, meeting, like a heads up room kind of thing, where his secretary would, look at everybody. And yeah, that's done. Yeah, there we go. That's what I should be naming characters.
My personal favorite wizard.
Nice. Yeah. I've been pulling more actually from like the DMG and like the player's guide and stuff for names, but regardless, what's this name again that I built? Endanis. Alora. Endanis. He's the headmaster and you're at his office. Oh yeah, I've been on that site a lot. I actually kind of don't like that site. I'm not going to go too deep into why I don't like that site, but when you compare it sometimes with what it gives for other things, I just think that sometimes it's not appropriate for D&D, but at the same time, lots of it is really good. It's just like it can be misleading, I think, at times. But it's a lot of, if you just want quick stop shop, that's a good way to go. Regardless, you're at the office. What are you up to? You're going to try and get a meeting, right?
Well, if he doesn't have a secretary, I suppose I'll just knock at the door.
Oh no, I said there's like an open door, and then there's a room, a small room, and that's like the secretary's room where she's like, dealing with people. The waiting room, I guess.
Oh, okay. Hello. My name is Jake. I'm a friend of Draxus. I was wondering if I could speak with the headmaster for, I don't know, half an hour,
Well, potentially. He's in the meeting right now, but it ends pretty soon. If you want to stay around, I could try and squeeze you in after the meeting.
Sure. And if you have to report to him, I would like to compare knowledge about the bag of tricks that I heard originated from your fine college.
Okay, interesting. I would like to ask maybe how you know Draxus, though.
I believe, knowing his personality, that ever since he has returned to the college yesterday, he has probably been sharing wild stories of adventure on the high seas and battle against the Draconians. I was with the group that made that possible, as I'm sure you're aware. Draxus could probably be beaten by a rusty fork in a fight.
She immediately starts laughing. Oh, all right. Well, you've nailed it on the head. That's right. Draxus has been doing that all this last day since he arrived yesterday. So, yeah, I'll make sure when he's done here, you can have an opportunity to meet him.
Thank you. I'll just have to sit over there.
All right. And after 10 minutes goes by, this guy pokes his head out. And he looks at his secretary and he looks back to you and he says, "I'm finished with my meeting. Who is this?"
Hello, I'm Jake. You might actually, rather than Draxus, you might have heard. I believe the Reeve sent word that we have entered town. I am a highly skilled cleric of the god of peace.
Oh, I see. And, well, what business can I help you with here?
Well, I was hoping I could have a chat about the bag of tricks and potentially further the development of it as well as pay the college a sizable fund.
Interesting. All right, come inside here. Come sit in my office and we can discuss the finer details.
Head in.
Yeah, he sits down, and you can see the office is a very ornate office with lots of nice furniture and lots of books on both sides. 2 bookshelves that span the whole walls on both sides of you to the left and the right. They go up to the 8 feet to the ceiling. And there's just one sort of large desk in between you two. It's a very simple room. But he looks towards you and he says, well, I was wondering when this kind of itemry would come back into my life. You say you're interested about the bag of tricks, and what specifically were you wondering?
Well, it perhaps doesn't come from the best of sources, but I understand the Draconians have been attempting to convert regular people into sort of half dragons through a combination of alchemy and regular magic. And I thought a similar thing could be done with the magic on the bag of tricks to make a sort of draconified version of the beasts that it can summon.
Well, I think that could be possible if you were to have the same technology or knowledge that these Draconians have. However, there are also augmented figurines or small puppets you could put into the bag that interface with almost every bag. They are legendary bag creatures, you could call them. It is rumored that these creatures were only ever created by the masters of the bags, who obviously created a small amount of them, and then they vanished. However, I can tell you at least the personage of one of the original creators of the bag of tricks.
Well, that would be helpful indeed. I was, I rather thought we could attempt to go beyond that.
There is a certain potential for transmutation to work on the bag. I have not dabbled down that road specifically. I will say, though, that if the Draconians have already figured out some sort of transmutation abilities, that you might be able to borrow their knowledge. However, my knowledge of transmutation is not as great, as I studied most of my time in the schools of evocation and illusion, so I would ask you to maybe
Yes,
take time.
I'm sure you have. You must have at least a head professor of each of the schools of magic here.
Oh, for sure.
Otherwise, you have to turn away students.
Yes. If you would like to talk to our headmaster of transmutation, he is currently out on a field trip with his students, but I'm sure I could send words of sending to him, and he would be able to forward his messages.
Sure. I mean, it's nothing urgent, but if I could have a chat with him, that would be very helpful. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, I'll have my secretary contact him, and then take your details, and we'll get that message to you as we see fit. Whenever is possible, as soon as possible.
Okay. Well, I thank you for your time.
All right. And good luck in your endeavors.
Oh, and while I'm here, I suppose I may as well ask. At the same time, I heard from the lovely Sophia down in your external store that there are people here that could make a tome of understanding. Do such people exist?
Oh yes, such people do exist. The magic that it takes to build such a tome is, well, it requires materials and it requires a good mage. However, we do have some of the things. The problem is we need a special type of binding for the books. We have all the types of covers and pages that you would need, all the regular inks and things, but we would need to find the specific bindings, as it's a type of magical binding, and it's usually required. It's made through retrieving the magical components of certain magical beasts, and well, until we are able to restock on those items, it seems like we would not be able to craft them.
Certain magical beasts, and any specifics that I might. Again, I do believe I'm a cleric of some skill. I might be able to help you find such things.
Ah, you need the ligaments of demons and fiends. It doesn't specifically matter exactly which ones they are, but these magical creatures, it's their ligaments that we need to help bind these. They have powerful binding abilities, so it's their magic that we need to bind these books.
I see. Yes, that isn't readily available, though it's not actually that hard to get, provided that you have. Do you have anything from the realms where demons and fiends reside?
We have a few relics in the
Something
college.
that might resonate with that plane of existence.
Ah, yes, we have quite a few relics that can help us if we need to somehow access that plane.
What if I were to buy one off you? How much would you sell such a thing for?
Ah, well, it would depend. Such things are usually not often available for sale, and if they are, they're quite expensive. Although I'm sure, I think even the one item that we do make available is the Well of Worlds. That might be able to find you a way to that plane. As far as the other ones that resonate with the plane, I would have to go look at some relics. We have all sorts of different things that originate from the plane itself, and then are things that either fiends or demons have carried into battle, and then we've retained them in our safety banks.
All right. Well, if you do find such a thing, just check the spell. I would be prepared to pay up to, I would say, about 300 gold for. It doesn't have to be something particularly valuable. It just has to be something that would resonate.
Well, for such an amount, I'm sure we could come to a deal. I'll have my secretary send one of the students into the safety quarters, and we'll see what they can find in the safety banks.
All right, and should we just make this easy and say that everybody has like a telephone number sending code that I can give them?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That'll work, right? I mean, you've met people here who can probably do it, so
exactly.
you're in a mage's college. Everybody here will be able to handle the sendings.
So yeah, I'll go and give him the number he can contact me by.
All right, and he'll take that and he'll say, "All right, you can expect to hear from my secretary either way of what we have available for you."
All right. And with that, I've got nothing else for him. So once again, thank you for his time and head out.
All right. Well, thank you, and I'll make sure I get back to my work now. Secretary, who's next? And then you hear them start to talk about, meeting stuff that doesn't involve you.
Yep. So I'll have Jake head to the jewelers to pick up the brooch they said would only take about a day, and do someone else because the power just shut off in my room, and I need to flip the switch on the breaker.
Okay, no problem. Cool. Yeah, he'll be doing the jeweler and probably maybe even checking in on the cape that we were making. Let me go to my to-dos as I get back to everybody else. Castos, you're just arriving back at the castle. Everybody else has made their way there from the various parts of the city that we ended up. at. However, Zune has not returned, and you are kind of waddling in the latest of us right now at about 10 or about 10 in the morning here, and there's a nice. You've been ushered the same way we have to the banquet hall, and there is a nice spread of breakfast foods and fruits all in front of us. And you can see Dandros is munching down on a variety of eggs and other, kind of lizardy type foods.
Good morning, Dandros.
Oh, hey, what happened, man? What happened last night?
Well, I don't even know what couldn't have happened last night. I woke up, my clothes in the corner of a room, and I got a card, an invitation to another party. Ah, sounds like it was a wonderful night.
No doubt, that's crazy. What the heck? I mean, so you don't remember anything either after we left Bertru at the bar there?
Well, I remember bits and pieces, but I don't really remember much after that. I kind of feel like we got drugged and we went on wonderful adventures.
I think that mead was a little strong. I didn't realize it was such a strong mead.
That's what I kind of think it was too.
All right,
But
well,
in the end, maybe you want to come to a party with me tonight?
yeah, it sounds like you got a pretty cool invitation there. What do you mean? It's an invitation to a party?
It's an invitation to go on another crawl gate, basically. Same thing as last night.
Holy, I don't even know if I'm up for it. Where is it?
It's at somebody's house in the old district. No, Docksword.
Oh, okay. Well, if it's, I mean, I don't know. Maybe we should try and focus on some other things for a little bit, but we could probably go. It's, why not?
It's not till tonight, so we got time.
Yeah, exactly. We'll do stuff today that's important, and then we can have a little fun. Who's hosting it?
Oh, I don't know. Here, you read. I'm gonna go get some food.
All right. Oh, look at this here. It says, what the heck? It's the nephew of the Reeve? You are partying with the Reeve's nephew? Reeve Oleander's nephew? That's crazy.
He sounds like he was a lot of fun last night.
All right. Well, that's an interesting little. That's going to be quite the party. There's probably going to be lots of nobles there.
I guess there's only one way to find out.
All right. Well, you got me in. I'm in then.
Do you have waffles?
Oh, yes, of course. We have any sort of breakfast items you would like, sir, and we could also make you a steak or any sort of evening items you would like as well. The kitchen is always open here in the castle.
Perfect. I'll get some waffles to go then.
All right. At this point, we do see Jake coming in. What were you going to say, Sonozi?
I was just saying he wants his waffles to go.
Yeah, and we see Jake come in, and Andros looks up and he says,
No, I'm not with the rest of the group. I was just letting you know that I'm back in the call.
"Oh, got you. That's okay, good. Yeah. Anyways, I could have taken it both ways. Anyways, let's see. So now what's on the to-do list for today? As breakfast is kind of wrapping up, we're all getting a little bit of food and stuff we like. And yeah, is there anything else we want to chat about right now? Well, we've got the three of us here. Zune still hasn't returned. Jake hasn't returned.
And I'll say, I'll bring it up like, so this is here, you guys, but where's Zune? Do you know where Zune is?
No, not really. I vaguely remember him going off his own a little bit earlier in the night.
Right. But I figure he'd probably show up by now. Maybe he found another lady.
I'm sure he's probably doing fine.
Yeah, I didn't see him after we left. I think I kind of thought that he might end up with you guys and stroll in here in the morning with all of you guys together. I didn't think we'd all end up in the different spot, but yeah, I guess we'll have to figure that out pretty soon here.
Yeah, I ended up in some bushes, but I made our group sound better. Mind you, by the way, I've already casted this. I already casted my final familiar spell. That other one should have disappeared by now.
Okay, cool. And I'll ask you just in like a general time sense, were you trying to get the body out before they did an examination, or were you just going to leave it and then let it go eventually after that?
No, I was gonna. I left like when he left. I left, or yeah, he left, and then I left, and then I found an area to cast the five familiar spell again to get back to Juniper. So when that happened, so basically they would have had like 15 minutes to get there and see it and whatnot. And
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, it wouldn't have been there then by the time they got back. He had to go all the way into town and get the authorities and get somebody to listen to him and come all the way out. So, yeah, by the time they get back, the body's gone, and they kind of assume he's sort of a crazy man. But, you know.
I mean, his bushes are beat up and whatnot, and then I'm assuming they may want to like if he's a noble, they're inclined to believe him. Like he saw with his own eyes, him and his wife. He's not just like some crazy man by himself.
Yeah. They're going to come find you probably, though, and get you to verify the account that he gave, because they're not, at this point, it sounds so outlandish to them that they have to just, like, verify that that somebody else will say that this actually happened, so.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't think he's, like, actually, like, hey, we should take him to the loony bin crazy, but, like, you know, they're just, like, they're still skeptical. Anyways. But you wouldn't know that as a character.
Right.
Yeah, I always kind of struggle sometimes with my own DMing as like not helping people metagame, but at the same time I kind of also don't care because it just we just got to keep moving. You can't worry about everything that happens. So okay, perfect. Now, okay, this is gonna be a little break time. We're all in our little place eating. Jake's coming back. Zune's coming back. I need Casthos and Sinozi to make wisdom saves. Very similar to the wisdom saves that Zune and Jake made on their way into town, and I will let you have that as sort of a metagaming thing. But yeah, you guys can make 2 wisdom saves for me. I'm going to go to the bathroom, take a little break, have a little hoot, and then I'll be back in a minute.
Are you saying 2 saves each or 2 saves?
Oh, sorry, no, just 1 each. Sorry, just 1 each.
Oh, okay.
Take a little break here, Twitchers. 1 sec.
Damn, Castos.
Where is wisdom save? So I can't see down there. Oh, there we go. Still sucks.
Okay, I just got to check on some things now for some Devil's Sight stuff. If I remember this correctly when I looked it up, this should lead to a cool thing that's going to happen right now. Because he took Devil's Sight, so... we're just going to quickly look at Sinozi here. Because I got to figure out some things on his page. Because he might be able to see something that's about to happen, or he might not be able to, and that's very important to how this goes. Oh, dark vision. He has racial dark vision, but not. Okay, I need Devil's Sight. Let's just fucking do it already. Here we go. Devil's Sight. You can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical, so he can't see invisibility. Okay, and then True Sight. His imp has True Sight. But he doesn't have it out right now. Okay, cool. When he pulls it his imp out next, I'll have to remember that, I think. Alright, so let's go into this. I think I have the imp page now, too, if I look at it in my compendium. Yep. Devil's Sight. Oh, it only has Devil's Sight, not True Sight. None of them have True Sight. Okay, I am back.
Welcome back.
You bet. I do have a weird question, though, for you, Snozy. For your vision, you have dark vision and Devil's Sight together, right?
I have advanced dark vision. I have edge sight. Yeah.
Okay, and so, but that doesn't let you see. Like, what does that let you all see? I'm just trying to remember, or I'm just looking
I
through.
can see. I can see normally in magical magical darkness or regular darkness.
Okay, cool.
I can't see like creatures or anything like that.
Yeah, and like not into other planes or anything like that. It's just the darkness thing. Actually, my dog is barking real quick. I do actually have to just go give him a quick walk. Actually, now that I'm back, so I'll be another 2 minutes, and then I will be right back, and we can get into this.
I mean, that makes me a little concerned because I should have passed a pretty decent save. Any idea what's going on?
No idea.
Jake?
Pardon?
I was about to say, like, I'm concerned now because I should have passed a save with my roll there.
I mean,
I'm
I don't know.
feeling slightly concerned.
I mean, it's not impossible for something to be a 23 DC or higher. It's just unexpected.
That's true. I can tell you that much. That's true.
I mean, to be honest, we are 16th level. DCs at this level normally start at 17 to 20.
Yeah, and I was like 22, but okay, that's pretty decent. He's like, nope.
Then again, I guess we don't really have that many magic items. We're kind of underpowered for our level.
Yeah, and I was like, and basically we have to be out of the city to find the other ones, which is fine. That's fine. I do want that Ring of Spellstorm, but that's not gonna. I mean, it may help, but if it was like like we were probably in a real bad situation if it was like the Ring of Spellstorm is what would have saved us. There we go. Ooh. I wonder if I could make like an evil campaign inspired line of D&D merchandise. I was thinking of a shirt that says like found familiars don't have feelings.
That's a nice one.
It's only illegal if you get caught. Just stuff like that.
Etsy.
Etsy. Oh boy.
I mean, try it out. You'd be surprised what sells.
I am not surprised with sales. When I heard Gamer Girl Bathwater, I was done being surprised. Hey. You okay now?
I'm fine.
That's nice. I was talking to my cat. But I'm glad you're fine too, though.
Okay, I'm back.
And we're still here.
Yeah, I figured as much. I'm just catching my breath. Okay, so, Castos, I believe you have the amulet of proof against detection, right? It's a specific thing, I think, actually. I totally forgot about it till I was like running around. It's a item you have equipped. Oh, is he back?
I thought he was here.
Castos? No idea.
Oh, I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah. What's up, Castos?
Talk about research.
Just wanted to talk to you about your amulet of proof against detection.
Okay.
So actually, because you have an amulet that protects you against scrying, you don't need to make the wisdom save. Sonozi, however, this is what happens. While you're all in the castle, hanging out, eating in this...
Hold on, real quick. That 22 didn't pass?
Oh, wait, never mind. It was... Oh, God. Oh, no. Oh, man, I read it wrong. Sorry, I'm in a little frenzied state here. I read it wrong and thought you rolled the 8. Okay, you feel a tingle in the back of your head and nothing happens. And Castles, you're safe too. Cool. Nothing happens. No effect. You're good. You're all good. Everybody's good.
All right.
Well, there we go. We've been doing... That's been going on for a while now, but anyways, we'll see how it keeps going. All right, well, regardless, we're here now. Then I'll pick up the scene here in the banquet hall as we're eating breakfast. We're waiting for Zune and Jake to come back. And we're all discussing the things we're going to do today. Dandros looks to Castos and he says, So, you're going to try and learn greater invisibility today?
That's the plan. I just think it would really help when you can actually make things visible when you're invisible. I think it's a great feat.
Yeah, it sounds good, honestly.
Wait, say it again.
When I cast you invisible, who you touch and hold during that period of time is now invisible as well.
Oh, okay. Castle's good. Hold me close.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good spell. I think, if we don't have anything too pressing, I'm gonna work on my shield today. I've put in a little bit of work on it, but I need to put some more work into it.
When I say, can I have your older one when you're done with your new one?
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, yeah, you can.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right. Well, what are you gonna do today, Sonozi? You got anything on your list here? I guess we've got to deal with like the stone and the.
I don't know about Jake, but I don't know about if Jake's going to do it or what he's up to, but I got some scrying to do.
Oh yeah, we got the scrying to do. Okay. Well, I guess we'll wait till Jake's back and then we can start with the scrying today. I think that's something all of us are pretty interested in. Also, I think we're gonna have to add finding Zune to the list of things to do today.
Wait, he's still not back yet?
Not yet. It's maybe once we're done this breakfast, he'll be back or something, or maybe by lunchtime once we've started going around town. We could also maybe find him around town. Who knows? I don't know where he is, but we could look around town if we wanted to.
While I'm scrying, I'll send Juniper out. They'll say, "Hey, Juniper, see if you can find June and where he is. Just head out, just search around, and I guess report back any other weird occurrences that you may come across. But definitely see if you can find June."
Okay. She will go fly around, and you're just saying like fly around town, right?
I'm just, in general, just like, yeah, just fly around and see if you can find them.
Cool. Yeah, she'll go do that.
Who
She'll
knows
be
where
on
he may be.
patrol. We'll put her on like a patrol of the town kind of thing.
Mhm.
That way, when Zune gets to like the edge of town, most likely she'll be able to see him, and then you guys can at least get back into contact faster than waiting for him to walk all the way through town. Also, that way we can talk to him in case anything bad happens. But yeah, let's keep going now. So we're all in the thing. We've talked about the robot, the sending stone. We're gonna hang out and do some stuff today. Yeah, anything else you guys have on the mind to go for today?
I'm good. Besides the robot and that's it.
All right. All right, we'll jump back to Jake then quick. Jake, you're going towards the jeweler's, headed to see about your brooch. I'm just pulling it up now.
Yep.
I can't remember off the top of my head before this, but did you didn't pay her yet? She said she.
I paid in full.
Okay, yeah, I thought you did. I was
double in full.
Yeah, that was weird. Oh yeah, and then everybody's like, "We're gonna do the best work for you." That's right. And they put other projects aside. That's right. I remember now. All right. So Vodoka Kolofa. Vodoka Kolofa is the jeweler. You get back to her place, and she sees you, and she says, "Oh, I worked real hard all night on this. Here you go." And she hands you your brooch.
I will thank her for her work and let her know that I will make use of her services in the future. Anything else I need. And leave.
All right, and she'll remind you also if you find anything out there to bring it back, and then yeah, that'll be that.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I will head to the tailor's.
Ah, yes, and the tailor, Kaylee Asha, she sees you come in and she says, "Oh, I'm not really close to being done at all with your
I understand it'll take a week. I was here to give you this. I wish you to incorporate it in as the clasp of the cloak, and I will give her the brooch.
Oh, it's very beautiful. Very beautiful. Wonderful. I can definitely do that for you."
All right. And that's my business there, so I'll head back to the castle.
All right, and finally we all see Jake has returned as we are sort of kind of reaching the end of our casual brunch and still sort of chatting about the things we're going to do today. Dandro sees Jake come in. He says, "Oh, perfect timing, Jake. We were just talking about everything we're going to do today, and, well, we were talking about doing some scrying, and we were thinking maybe you might be able to help us out."
Yes, that is very possible.
Awesome. Well,
Pick a target and let's get to it. We have, as far as people that it's that noble that's gone missing. I have his robes, and then gosh darn, what else? Who else? Oh, the sending stone. You could try the sending stone and see because that guy's gotta eventually notice that it's gone, and who knows what he may do after that. And we can, and I'm sure if you want to try, trying to figure out what the sending stone leads to as well.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's do that. Let's get moving.
Yeah, I mean, I can attempt to help out with that, but that seems like something that Castos would be much better at.
Yeah, I'm saying you can help. Like it's a team effort.
Yeah, Castos, do you?
Like
This hangover I've got.
like you may learn some information from scrying on him, and then we could use the message. We could use the sending stone to possibly, uh, uh, God damn it, impersonate him. Maybe set up a meet if he is doing something shady. It's a team effort.
Yeah, like a total operation. I like this idea.
All right, so we're gonna try and scry on this Lusta Magefoot guy with his robes.
Yes.
All right, Jake, you think you can handle that?
Well, yes, it's not that hard.
All right, I'm pulling up scrying right now. I believe it's a wisdom save that I'll have to make for Lusta, and I've got his sheet somewhere buried in all of Elendier's stuff.
Indeed. And fortunately, I have first-hand knowledge of the because I've met him before.
Ooh, that is true.
So he does not get a bonus from my knowledge, and he will have a -4 to his save due to our possession of a garment.
Yep, we've got a +0 coming across, and then a connection save modifier of -4. So I guess total it'll be -4 then.
This man.
Let's see how
Let's see
wise he
everything
is.
this man doing.
All right, here he comes.
I'll spend 10 minutes to cast Scrying. There you go. And use my large mirror that I had bought. And we'll see what we see, or if we see.
Yeah, that's
Alright, so we
a
rolled
success
2.
for you, right? Oh, do I have to roll 2? Wait, why?
Oh no, I was saying I was asking if you rolled a 2, because you had a +0 and a -4.
Oh, I forgot to add the I forgot to add the -4. I was just looking at his sheet. I'm like, oh, he doesn't have any pluses to it, and then I didn't add the -4.
So he rolls a 2. Regardless, it's less than 18.
Way less, yeah. So it's a success for you.
All right. Let's see. Failed spell. There's an invisible sensor within 10 feet of him. I can hear the sensor as though I were there. So.
Yep, and it lasts 10 minutes. So,
Let's see.
as you go deep into this man's area, I guess, and you can see Lusta sitting in the forests outside of Elendir. He's in the mountains somewhere. The mountains look very familiar because you've just been to Elendir and you know that he probably hasn't traveled very far in the last few days. So he is still, you can at least glean, most likely in the Elendir Mountains. He's not in the snow-capped peaks. He's in the forested areas down below. They've set up a sort of small river camp, and he's with a few of his sort of like noblemen that are still wearing their garbs. And right now they aren't really talking about anything. Lusta is sitting beside the water and just kind of looking out over the distance while in the background you can hear these sounds and see some of the guys coming in and out of frame now and then. You can hear and see them setting up in the trees the rest of their camp, different types of tarps and stuff. and it looks like they've just arrived probably in the last day or two, and are still working on establishing a good camp in this area.
I will say out loud, pen and paper, get ready to draw.
Oh, I don't know if I got that.
Pen paper.
I got it. Here you go.
And I'll wait about a minute, because obviously I can't hear when they're ready. And then I will begin to describe, sort of starting with the top left quadrant and working down so that there can be a somewhat accurate picture of the river and encampment, and then I will separately describe all of the noblemen in as much detail as I can.
Awesome. Who's gonna draw it? I would say Dandros is probably not the best. Zune could probably do it because he's good with forging documents and stuff. But yeah, as you guys like get the paper passed around and stuff, you got who's gonna grab it essentially.
What should we write?
You have to figure it out amongst yourselves. It won't be a roll. It'll be like you ask each other who's best at drawing.
I don't have a steady hand right now, so I don't think I can do it.
I'll go for it. I'll do it.
All right,
is this
sounds good.
calligraphy tools or painter's tools?
This is actually not tools. I believe Castos pulled his parchment and ink out of his backpack. It's part of his scholar's pack.
I'll make a performance check if that matters.
Hell yeah. Actually, let's do that because you're in the heat of it. Go ahead and give me a performance check. It's how well you perform with these tools. Let's add some intrigue to it. Okay, it's a pretty good. It's 50-50. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It has... You don't need to roll it, Castos. You're not drawing. Sonozi took it, and he said he'd handle it. But yeah, essentially, you handle it very well. But you're not an extremely good artist, so you get all the basic details down, but not the super finite details. And the drawing isn't like a lifelike rendering. It's more like just like it's got all the basic structures and the basic forms of land around it.
Mm-hmm.
And after 10 minutes, the scribe will end, and Jake will judge how well they did, which is, well, I'm not going to say you'd see better in a preschool, but those could have been improved. In any case, you could give these to the Reeve, and I believe that will, he could forward the information to their forces in Elendil, and hopefully they could find a similar location on a map.
I'll go ahead and do it. And it's like, well, hopefully it gets us somewhere with that.
Now, was there anything else?
I was like, I suppose you can go if you so want to. I suppose I'm gonna scry on the guy with the sending stone, Mr. Shroud.
All right, so you've never met this man. He might get the +5, and then you have one of his items, so you would get a -4. So in total, it'd be a +1 to his ability to make the save. If only you guys looked around for a nail clipping. Just kidding. Anyways. Just looking at that now, I'm like, nah, if I ever play, I gotta make sure to look around for hair and nails and shit. And people will be like, you're so creepy and gross, and then it'll come up in a scrying, and I'll be like, remember that bag of nails I have?
The bag of nails!
Why do you think Zoom keeps taking everybody's teeth? Just kidding. Anyways, here comes the roll.
The bag of nail holding. Yeah.
Wow, just garbage rolls today. Yeah, no, that's not a success, not even close. All right, now we get to describe. Now, I guess I got to clarify this. Who and what are you trying to choose as a target?
Him. Shroud.
Oh,
It was his. It was his shop and all.
yeah. Okay, so you're not trying to find who's on the other end. You're trying to figure out what's up with Shroud right now.
Yeah, because he would find. My thought pattern was he would find that his stone is either gone, misplaced, or whatever. He's probably going to freak out about it. When people freak out, they do stuff. So
Yep, gotcha.
let's see what he does.
That's why I wanted to
And if he's
clarify the
innocent, he's
target.
innocent.
All right, so as you reach into your own consciousness and try and bring forth the vision of Mr. Simon Shroud, you are able to locate him. He is sitting in his office, actually. It's the next day after your little heist that you pulled off. And he is at work, and he is there in his office, and he has a few of his advisors around, and the door is closed, and he's discussing with them the events that happened this morning when they came in and they found some things had been moved around, and he's starting to talk to one of his guys, and he says, well, we can't be sure. I mean, it looks like somebody came in last night, but we don't know who or what, or even if that is just damages on the outsides of the doors that could have been done from anything. Although I think it has something to do with this damned investigation they keep pushing on us about Lusta and his goddamn draconian stuff. I can't believe it. And the advisors all look around and they say, well, sir, you know we're going to beat that lawsuit, right? We've done nothing wrong. And Simon Shroud kind of looks around and he says, yes, of course we've done nothing wrong. But that doesn't mean they can't throw us in the jails anyway. We don't know who's pulling the strings anymore. It seems every day the Noblemen's Federation is becoming less and less tightly knit. It seems that everybody's out for themselves. And, I just don't know who to trust. If Lusta was working with the Draconians, then who else could be working with the Draconians? Especially now that things are going missing in our shops here. It seems more upheaved than normal, and I'm not sure about anything anymore. And his little compatriots look back and they kind of try and calm him down and say, it's okay, it's going to be okay. They've got no reason to suspect us. We've done nothing wrong. And we've always shown loyalty to the Empire by adhering to the treaty that we signed, that we would not sell our weapons to other people who oppose them. Believe me, the Reeve will believe us. We've just got to stay the course in the courts. They have no proof, and without any proof, they'll look like fools trying to pin it on us. And you know what? We know for sure if it's not us, then it has to be the Evanwoods. And if we can find our own way of bringing out the damning evidence that those traitorous houses have brought against us, well, then we should be able to win in court for sure. And Simon kind of looks around and he says, well, I never thought it'd come to the day where I have to pit myself so heavily against one of the other noblemen's houses, but I want you now to embark on a campaign of espionage against the House Evanwood. We need to find some sort of evidence, and fast, that we're not on the wrong side of this. That way we can clear our names and get back to business. All of this legal stuff is getting in the way of making money. And as they continue to talk about the issues of being wrongfully accused, the scrying ends.
So, well, I didn't want to interrupt you. I wanted to do an insight check on when he was talking about, oh, we're so innocent.
Yeah, for sure. Give me that. I knew you'd want to, so thanks for not even interrupting me. But if you ever want to, go ahead. I don't really care.
Well,
Oh.
shit. So
You cannot tell either way.
But I'll say, so during this round, I'll say, I'll relate to the guys that it seems like they are kind of in a huff about finding evidence from Eventide. Wait, hold on. Did I say that right?
Oh, of Evanwood? Evanwood.
Evanwood, okay, yeah. That's it. So it seems like they're, even between themselves, they were claiming that they were innocent, and I'm kind of inclined to believe them. And he says that that they're going to try to fight it in court, and that they believe that Eventide may be up to something. I say what we could do is we go down there and then we start asking questions like we're investigating them. Or well, not sorry. We go down there and we start asking them questions about Eventide, and we possibly try to make a joint force with them to see if Eventide is with the Draconians. Maybe we'll get something out of it.
All right, sounds
Was
good.
that
I
one of
will
those
just
double
wait.
agents? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I will just correct you for one thing. It is even wood.
Even wood. I'm sorry. Eventide is from a thing I already know, so I keep my brain keeps automatically going to that. Even wood. Even wood.
Yeah, me too.
Even wood.
I'm pretty sure, like, as soon as you said Eventide, I was like, oh, that's from a game. I think that is even maybe a game. I was like, that's definitely something I know. But anyways, so you relay it to the... I kind of spaced out, too, because I'm a little baked. But anyways, you related that stuff to the group, and then what did you ask of them?
I was saying that I feel like maybe we can go down there and start asking pointed questions that would make them think that basically let them know that we're investigating Eventide, and maybe we'll gain favor with them. Since we already I'm leaning to the side that they are innocent, so maybe we can gain favor with them, and then we can both work against figuring out if Eventide is working with the Draconians.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds good to me. What do you guys think about maybe heading down there and letting them know that we could, be on their side for investigating their common enemy there that we have?
Yeah, it sounds like a good idea. I think can't go wrong. And if we want
And
to detect thought, and we could really help narrow down people.
True, if you can get inside people's brains, we'll be able to get a lot of information quickly. I do have a question, Sonozi. I was wondering, did it seem like they knew you were being, they were being scried upon, or did it just seem like you kind of interrupted something and you just stumbled upon something, or did it seem like maybe they knew and then they set this up for you?
I will say that it didn't seem like that at all. They were already having a conversation. I mean, I didn't sense or see any breaks or pauses in it, and I don't think, and even with the spell, I don't think that the way that the spell works, you're kind of just there. Even the arcane eye that you're seeing through, it's invisible. It doesn't make sound. It just transmits what's going on in the area back to the user. So I think we're okay in that particular regard. And hey, dude, and I'll pat Dandros on the shoulder and be like, and hey, even if I am wrong, we'll probably kill him anyway.
I guess you're right.
Of course.
I guess I'll have to trust you magic users. I don't know how this works, but I'm glad you have confidence in me.
Dandros, when have I ever steered you wrong, buddy?
Hey, I've got confidence in you guys. You kept me safe this whole time, so yeah, I trust you to use your scrying abilities to the best that you can. All right. Well, do we want to do that tonight, or because I was thinking about working on my shield, but
I mean, it's morning, Dandros.
I guess I've got all day. Yeah, if we want to go there this morning.
If you don't want to go, because I was going to head there now, and I was like, since you're going to, and I was thinking that you wanted to work on your stuff, so I was like, well, if he's going to stay here, he'll be here when Zoom shows up, and then I think me and Castos, maybe Jake can head down there and start asking questions and whatnot.
Sure. Yeah,
So,
that's fine.
it's
I
alright.
think you'll be fair. If there's a few of you there, you'll be fine. I'll stick here and just keep working on my stuff.
No problem. And so I was like, Castos, you ready? You want to go down there now? Or do you want to do something else?
I guess we can do this now. I can hold off on this spell learning tomorrow. Honestly,
Wait. I thought you learned it through the. Oh, okay. I misunderstood. Yep. You're good. Go ahead and do your
I
stuff.
went on an adventure.
Wait,
Go ahead and do
Castos,
your stuff.
how long would it take you to learn that spell?
16 hours.
Dear God.
Are you sure it's that much?
Well, 4, so every 2 hours for every, so 8 hours. 8 hours.
Yeah, 8 hours. Yeah. So I was just wanted to make sure you have that kept in mind that, you probably could have a little bit of time today to do some things or whatever, but Dandros is gonna wait
If
back
he's
and
gonna,
hopefully,
yeah, if he's
Zoom will show
gonna
up.
do that spell and go to the party tonight, yeah, like he needs to do it now.
Yeah, I guess that's true. If we're partying tonight, then we definitely have to work on our stuff today. Yeah. What do you want to do, Caslos? We could also not go to the party tonight and work on your spells. It's all up to us. I think though, I will say the party could be a really good way to maybe find some nobles and get some information.
Well, I was thinking if people are here and check out the nobles, I can detect back there and we can really get some interesting insight of what they think about this whole situation.
That's great. All right. Well, yeah, you can spend. Well, then you'll spend the day doing whatever you want. You can join Snozy or, learn your spells or whatever.
Well, I'll learn the spell first, and then when Snowy can't find any information, I'll come and help him tomorrow, and we'll learn more.
All right. Sounds good. You can come hang out with me then.
How's that, Snowy?
That's no problem. You want to go and talk to Mr. Shroud here, Jake?
Well, if we can. So we're heading to confront him.
I wouldn't necessarily say confront. I would say we're going to kind of just ease his mind into thinking that we don't really think he's going to be, part of the Draconian army. Like the Draconians we haven't seen any Draconians with any adamantite weapons or anything like that. So we doubted him, and we just we basically get him to think that we're on his side, and maybe we'll gain favor with him, and that could lead to something fruitful in the future, possibly.
I agree that it could. However, these aren't usually very well thought through. If you head to the Shroud's house and tell him, we have no evidence you're working with Draconians, and really we don't think you are, doesn't that seem incredibly suspicious? And sort of implies that we assumed he was until we started looking?
We'll just say, I'll say he already knows that there's an investigation about noble houses in Ferndrill, and we started pointing him towards help, but we basically point him in the direction of saying, which, by the way, from my scrying, he's already on the thought path of having to find evidence that the Evenwoods are doing something with the Draconians. So we basically are coming to cement his idea of that. And honestly, I do believe that he doesn't have anything to do with Draconians. So he may give us some adamantine stuff later on. You never know. So we are doing espionage. May as well do espionage on top of espionage. It's an espionage layer cake, if you will.
Layer cake?
See, I just don't think I would be very good at espionage.
I mean, we could be good cop, bad cop. It's fine. It's okay. Maybe I am getting a little bit overzealous, and maybe we should just say here. What do you want to do?
Well, I suppose it's worth trying. We could actually just look at the battlefront, and we might, there's the off chance that we'll randomly see adamantine weapons.
Isn't the desert like 2 days away from here or something?
We have scrying spells.
But who would we? Let me make sure I didn't misunderstand something. Give me a second.
Yeah, Dandros will cock his eye and he says, Jake, are you thinking of maybe taking...
We need a specific target. Yeah, we need a specific. Who would we target specifically? Danforth?
We can target a location.
That's true.
We target the location.
Oh, wait, it says creature actually on scrying, I think. Maybe I gotta read it more, maybe.
Right at the end.
Oh, it's right at the end, yeah.
Yeah, right at the end.
Thank you, I'm like going through it, I'm like, what the fuck?
But Jake
It says
says it'll work.
It says a location you've seen before.
Yes, I am aware of that, but he's willing to give it a try. By the same logic of you guys could attempt to scry on whatever his name was, Simon Shroud, just based on a description of him. Why couldn't he scry on the battlefield based on a description of it?
Yeah, it'll just increase the DC. But you can try. I'll let you try.
He'll give it a try, and yeah,
All right. Well,
he will attempt to scry a place in a desert where Empire soldiers and Draconians are fighting each other.
All right, cool. So you want to scry a battlefield. Let's go ahead and so I have to roll against you too, which is really weird, but I'm adding up all the...
It's a location. I think that kind of just goes... I think what you're doing is whether or not I'm actually able to do it. Because it's a location. Like, how does a location make a wisdom save? That's weird.
Well,
Should I make like a spellcraft check?
Yeah, that.
I guess we could run it the other way, where I will build you a really high DC, or I mean, I will build a DC, pardon me, and we'll see how it works out. So, what is your spellcasting modifiers currently? Proficiency and... Okay, so you're at a +5. Okay, that's good to know. I'm just going ahead and I'm going to figure this out. Give me a standby while I read the spell and look at all the different modifiers and how I will apply them. So, this is second hand. Are you gonna... do you have a connection to it?
To the deserts of Erendril?
No, to the battles that he wants to
I suppose I could enlist a soldier who has been there to give me like a +2, maybe.
Okay.
Sort of using them as a medium of a thing from the location.
Yeah, you could go to like the ward where the guys have come back from the desert. They would give you the connection, and it would affect. Yeah. Okay, we'll play it that way. So you're going to do that right now, right? We're all going down to the medical ward. All right.
Yeah, I'll head down there. I'll cast Regenerate on somebody, and then I'll ask them for a favor.
Oh yeah, and the nurses will be enamored with you guys as you come in. They're all kind of like around you, like, you know, giggling and very happy to see some heroes here doing their work. Well, I won't say for them, but, you know, just doing the good work that needs to be done. All right. 12 plus 14. Okay, I've got the save DC now. You can go ahead, roll it with all of your proficiency and regular spellcasting bonuses, and then we will see how it works out.
Oh, so you want it to be like a spell attack roll rather than a spellcraft check?
Well, what would... Ooh, the spellcraft check, what would... Like, how would you do it, though?
It doesn't add proficiency. It's just a base roll with your spellcasting ability.
Okay, well, I think because you're proficient with the spell of scrying, that you should get your proficiency bonus.
Okay.
Yep, so we'll run it that way. Not a spellcraft, but we'll actually do a DC hit roll. Ooh. It's just too low, man.
Can you give him some guidance?
Well, give it a try. No, I cannot, because it takes 10 minutes to cast, and guidance only lasts a minute.
Yeah, and it's sad because it's close. Oh, actually, it's just a shit roll. Never mind. You rolled a fucking 5.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Yeah, I rolled 5.
Anyways, yeah, I'm not giving it to you. Sorry. You try to reach out to the desert. You sense that you have reached the area where you're thinking. You can feel almost the energies of battles and stuff happening. But as you try and reach deeper in to see the battle, the scry ends and you are forced out as you are not able to summon enough energy in your spell casting.
Well, it was worth a try.
Can't go wrong with
Yeah,
this.
and I see that, Castos. It is just about 4 here as well, so I'm just trying to wrap it up now. Anyways, does anybody else want to try before we wrap it up? Because we're basically got 5 minutes here.
I'll give it a try. Sure. I was like, all right, Jake, I'm gonna try it. All right, I'm gonna use you as my medium. Maybe it'll help me. And here we go.
Okay, wait, and also, Jake, why are we doing this? I totally lost the train of why you explained why you wanted to
Well, partly it's to get a feel of the situation, and then also it's because what if we just see Draconians with adamantine weapons when we're looking at a battle?
yeah.
I'm using Jake as a medium.
All right, you guys use each other now as mediums, because technically, yeah, you saw a little bit of it in the scrying. I'll give you the +2 and all that. Anyways, you fucking clear it way heavy. So, Sonozi, you see a battlefield. It's a small brigade of Empire dudes who are in the desert. They're at the top of the dunes, and they can see that there are Draconians coming up at them. So, Empire guys at the top, Draconians at the bottom. They have a bunch of ranged weapons that they're using right now, an assortment of crossbows, short bows, hand bows, and you can hear one of the captains yelling, "Keep the fire up, and then we retreat further." And as they say that, you can see everybody around them is reloading frantically. Some of the people are running out of bolts, and eventually, after a few minutes of this, they get the command from the captain to retreat. And as they're retreating, you can see in the same position, all of the Empire people leaving, footprints in the sand and stuff. And then you can see the Draconian forces come up over the dune. And there's different colored Draconians amongst them. Some of them are wearing heavier armor than others. And there are, there's green ones, there's black ones, there's white ones, there's blue ones. And it's a much larger force that is chasing this Empire force. And you can hear... Now, who's doing this? Sonozi? Sonozi, you don't speak
Yeah.
Draconic yet, do you? No, nobody does.
I don't.
Yeah, never mind. It's this. Yeah, anyways. So, you hear a whole bunch of commands being shouted out in Draconic to the people, and then you see a sort of captain-like looking Draconic person come to the top of the dunes after all of his people have moved on. And he's kind of just like, it looks like he's very quietly surveying it. He's carrying a adamantine javelin and an adamantine pike. And he also has an adamantine short sword and an adamantine shield. And he is like almost glimmering in the morning sunlight. As you can see, him and his brigade of desert-dwelling Draconians are on the chase, chasing down an Empire little band of brothers. They're also all wearing different types of desert clothing that protect them from the sun. A lot of their scales aren't actually being exposed. Same with the Empire people. They've improvised different parts of native vegetation to integrate into their desert proofing, and so has the Empire troops as well. And it seems everybody's sort of using whatever they have at their expense to fight off the heat. And you can see there's like the heat waves emanating from these dunes. And in the distance, I'll even give you this a little bit, you can see shifting dunes as the ground is mostly brownish, hard-packed rock, and then above them are these sort of like waves of sand that move very slowly, and you can see the gaps in the bottoms where the hard rock is meeting it, and where it'll move over and kind of leave more exposed hard rock underneath. As the scrying ends, the Draconian that is clad in adamantine armor and has all the adamantine weapons and looks like the commander of this force, he starts to walk away very casually, as it seems that he is very confident that they will eventually not only chase down these people, but win the battle once they reach them.
And so I relayed that to them, and I said, but it was only one guy. If the blacksmith was making weapons, he would be. They would mostly all have in some regard. It was just one guy.
There must be somebody else
So,
involved then.
yeah,
On the whole system.
and probably somebody with something to gain from the Draconians winning this war, or winning in the end. And I described the dunes, and I'm like, there must be some sort of like underground fortress in the sand, buried and lost to time. And I'll look at Jake. I'm like, I know what they're fucking doing, or at least I think I know. They're trying. I'm not sure exactly how, but maybe they're draining the oceans to try to find some other temple or something that's deep in the sand. And Draconians can't breathe underwater.
Are you?
I mean, that's a possibility, but then what are they doing with the water?
I have no idea. That's a major accomplishment, but I mean, what's the other explanation for draining oceans worth of water? It has to be something that they desperately need to get to.
Maybe a portal opened up to the elemental plane of water somewhere, and it's all crashing in.
Makes sense.
The temple in the ocean? Do you think that could have been it?
I don't know.
The elemental plane of water. Like, I'll keep that in mind. But do you think we need to check out Eventide and Evenwood, and then go to this desert?
Seems like a logical scenario. Why don't we just do that?
Yeah, we could give it a try.
Alrighty. I say, just be careful. They were, be mindful if you notice anything weird that's going on, because we may have some sort of issue on top of the Draconians happening with this whole water situation.
It sounds like we got a bunch of problems going on here.
Yep. All right, I guess I got to call it there, guys. It's 4 o'clock, so time to shut her down.
And quickly before we end, I haven't used it in a while, but I would quickly attempt to use Divine Intervention to make a Tome of Understanding easier to get.
Oh, cool. Okay, go ahead.
I may as well try, right?
Yeah, exactly.
What's
Start
that
burning
roll
them.
with 10?
16 or lower. But,
Yeah, now that we're
still filled.
a little bit higher
Damn,
level.
my guy.
We're getting close, though. We're getting close. We're almost there. I mean, like,
It'll happen one day.
yeah, exactly. Like, with
So no
the
game
AC
next
going
week,
up.
right?
What's that?
No game next week, right? The 26th?
Yep, no game next week. And then I will be back. Instead of having the game, I will be posting our July schedule. So, and it's probably just going to be very similar to this one, with just one.
3 days on.
Go ahead.
3 days on, 1 week off.
Yeah, exactly. And I've been talking just to try and maybe get them lined up with the weeks that Zune is off, because unfortunately it seems we're on the wrong weeks right now, where Zune will miss one and then it's the next week is off, and then he ends up playing 2 or 3 and then missing 2 kind of thing. So I'm going to try and align that a little bit with the time off. But for now, yeah, we'll just see each other in 2 weeks, and we've definitely set up a good amount of intrigue as we've spent a couple days here in Farandrill, and yeah, we'll keep going from there as we set up sort of the final arc, definitely for this campaign. I know I said, 7 games or whatever, 7 sessions a while ago, and it just depended how many extras we would be on in Farandrill. So we've already added 2 kind of extra ones to that, and the more we spend time in here, it's just like, eventually we will have to leave. I'll force us out, but there is a lot to do here. So, instead of just leaving, which is fine, we could do that. I understand if we want to spend a lot of time here, we can do that too. So, Yeah, but we will.
mean,
This
I'm-
is all the setup kind of for the final arc of the campaign.
All right. See ya.
All right,
See ya,
man.
see ya.
I'm ready to blast some ass. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, me too. I'm always ready to blast ass.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's been
I
fun
want-
doing some
I-
RP, but
I want Dandros. I want Dandros and adamantine armor.
hell yeah, exactly. Yeah, if you hey, all I'm gonna say is there are many avenues, right? So, the more we work the different avenues, the more we can get into the world, and I'm sure that there's some sort of way that if you work this out, that adamantine, all that stuff can end up somehow in your possession or whatever. Especially if you make it a priority, finding it out and making it. So, yeah, that's probably a possibility. I'd love to get Dandros in some adamantine armor too. I'd like to get what's his face? I want to get Zune a bunch of adamantine bolts, like arrows that he could shoot.
Yeah. And you
Yeah.
just like fucking explode on impact from all the goddamn sneak damage. He's like, all right, so you're gonna take 83 piercing damage. You just fucking explode.
Yeah, you basically the arrow literally explodes into shrapnel, making millions of little fucking piercing damage points for you, and that's how it equals 87 because it's ridiculous the amount. Yeah, I've actually been looking at that. I'm like, man, Zune does so much damage. I have to never have anything surprised ever again. And also, I don't know. There's things I have to. I'm like, it can't. Like most things can't have low HPs anymore. Even if they're a super powerful thing, they can't have low HPs because they could get one shot in the turn order and never have a turn. So yeah.
I mean, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. Like, like Zune's character class is a beatdown character. Like that's what it does.
Yep, and he
I
told
wrote
me at the
Jay.
very beginning of this whole campaign, he's like, I'm building this character. And I was like, dope. I was like, I don't care. Fucking make it as powerful and, like, smash ass as you want. Because, like, I'll just fucking bring harder to hit things. Like, I think one of the biggest examples was when I was kind of getting fed up with you guys just walking all over the Draconian base. My wizard got destroyed. My archmage just got destroyed in that T-Rex fight. And I was kind of angry about it. So I was like, you know what? Invisible creatures and lots of them. And they're not going to have a fucking chance. And then you guys teleported away, which was super smart. And I was like, good. I was like, I felt a little bit better after that. I was like, I made them run. I made them scared. So at least I'm doing my job a bit. But yeah, I've definitely taken to not letting things die quickly and easily now because there's some things that died early where I was like, oh, I thought I was going to get another round or two out of that, and I definitely didn't, so.
I mean, but on the same token, you remember that thing where like we're having to fucking play, have to play find the ogre in the mist. Like that wasn't fun.
Yeah, that was a good one for sure. Yeah, and a lot of the things I've been looking at too for the future do play around sort of sight lines or just like space, the way that space is, because like confined. I've been playing a lot of open world, which is fine. We're in an open world campaign. I built it that way, but I've been looking at ways to get you guys into tight spaces where it's not so easy to see everything. And you know, you got to be a little bit more on your toes as far as surprising something, or you might get surprised, kind of thing. So that way, it's like, because you guys got a lot of control for sure with your group, and so I've got to, you know, I like it because it makes me become more creative with the ways that I come up with ways to work around it, and I think that's what every like buddy should do in this game is try and do more, because it's really easy to get into like a pattern of doing the same thing. And so if you guys are forcing me to get into like a different pattern or new things, thinking about things differently, then I'm just getting to be a better DM, I think. So
Yeah, because you know, it's not supposed to be super easy, and some people go a little bit too hard on the difficulty.
yeah, that's for sure. Like I've been looking at building my like other campaign that will happen later, and sticking to sort of the DMG rules, it can be pretty ruthless with especially some of the early levels in this game. Like this game can kill characters very easily, and depending on how good the characters are versus how like versus how many interactions you're throwing at them and stuff. It can end up being like, holy shit, this difficulty is almost unbeatable. Like it becomes like pretty ridiculous sometimes.
Like my Sunday DM, like we'll be in a fight and you got to make like 3 con saves and 2 wisdom saves, and pretty much you fucking up one of them, you're in a bad situation in some regards. Like, motherfucker, you make like 5 saves a turn. What? Like,
Yeah, exactly. And like I feel like
like, come on.
I've tried to fuck with you guys a little bit, but I haven't like specifically like tried to just give you really really hard interactions. One of the good ones that was supposed to be a lot harder was the frozen giants, or like the ice giant guys, and they like just like I remember they kept rolling like 1s and 8s and 4s and like, and I was like, man, these guys even have like +9s to hit and shit, and they're just not hitting anything. And like I ambushed you too, like we were all stuck in that little area, and I think I even downed a couple of you. And that was like one where I was like, man, I wanted this to be a little heavier and a little hotter, but for the most part, I don't try and bring them that heavy or too hot unless it's unless there's like a specific reason. Like with that one, you guys went off the track to go do a side mission up a mountain to investigate that glowing thing. Like that's kind of like a good time to punish people, and then just stuff like that.
Yeah. I mean, and it makes sense, like for the stuff off the beaten path to be a little bit more treacherous. That makes sense, 100%.
Yep.
Yeah,
Nobody went up there.
I had a nice time, and I'll catch you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, man. I'll see you in 2 weeks. Looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and now it's just us Twitchers. Gonna just do some things quietly in the background while I finish off some things. I'm gonna play some music. I just want to do some session wrap-up stuff before I go ahead and shut down the stream today. So one of the things I have to do is just make sure I have my list of crazy stuff we just added to all the different plot lines. Oh man, we've got the sending stones, we've got through the houses, and we've got so much stuff, including like well, let's just do it. Instead of talking about it, let's just do it. But first I'm changing the music here. That's what I really want to do. No more town music. I've been in the town for fucking way too long. Did I not add any others? I haven't added any others, actually. Let's add a new one, because I've just been stuck in the town for so goddamn long. So what we're going to do is we're going to also change the name of the stream quickly for the last half hour. But I also have to finish some text here quick. So, oh god, I've got a million things to do. Today was a really good stream and a really good session. I'm really getting into RPing with these guys. I think it's like probably one of my favorite things in this group, and I have a lot of favorite things in this group, but one of my favorite things is the fact that they actually stick to who they are. Jake is really good at that. Castos is really good at that. Sonozi's really good at that. They know the limitations and what their characters would do. They don't have to think about the way their characters would react to situations. And I think that's a really, really overlooked power trait in a player, is just to be fully immersed in the character to the point where when somebody talks to you, you already know how you're going to react to the situation, and you can let it flow out of you. And I found that happened a lot over the last 2 sessions. And that's kind of like, I think, the true magic of creating these characters, right? These characters are people. They are real. They are living, and you become them. And when you become them, you incorporate their soul, and that soul has a place within a living, real person. It's you. And that is, your mind becomes their mind, and your brain becomes their brain, your body, their body, and in that way they become a physical reality. And the more that we can create that physical reality in this game, the more special D&D really is. And I think that's something that maybe a lot of people don't talk about enough, but like D&D is a special game. It has a lot of emotion. It has a lot to do with relationships, money, morality, religion, politics. These are the heavy weighted issues of our times, you know, and I got some cat hair in my mouth. But anyways, they're the heavy-weighted issues of our times and of all times. And so I just think about that now and then. Oh, looks like my guys are all... I'll just hide them. We're adding music. God damn. I just took that on a whole realm of creating the reality of a character. And just my appreciation that these guys do that. It's nice. I gotta bring back the ship. The ship source. When I first got music into this game, it was all ship music, and now I've got to bring it back. Streamlabs fucked my shit up, man. It took everything and destroyed it, and then I had to build everything from the ground up. Not fun. Or Alien Reactor is good too, but let's go Skyship. Skyship's just so... I don't know, it's iconoclastic RPG adventuring game music. It's just nice. Change it. You guys can hear. Wow, it's loud. Ship, turn it on to monitor. There it is. Now I can hear it. Wonderful. Alright, I don't know what I'm doing looking at this fucking thing. So this is a future place, and I'm not gonna spill the beans on it, but I worked really hard on some special places in this campaign. And a lot of this is all specialized art. The purple is an extra aura, the orange is an extra aura, that little metal gate is an extra gate that I added, so I'm trying to make this look a little bit more pizzazz. Not to say that the art isn't fucking great already, which it is. Yeah, I don't need to do anything. Okay, yeah, here we're gonna go back. I've got to deal with some stuff here. I've got to really, and I can close the nosy sheet. Right, back. Get my mind working. Yeah, I'll be sticking around until at least 4:20. We'll blaze it up. Hang out, enjoy life, you know, and we'll talk about this campaign a little bit. I'll preview another little cool place that I've made here. This place here, I'm not going to tell you where it is or when it is. It's a long way away probably, but this is a nice place. Well, it's not a long way. Nothing in this campaign is a long way away anyways. Anymore. There's like 7 fucking things after this. Not even. I mean, technically it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we got at least 7 sessions, I think. As there's 5 more at least in just traveling that I've built. And I mean, that's the thing about this campaign is it's so not built. Like, it's just so free flow. I love it. It's like I do something for a week, and then, you know, they come in and they just do such crazy things for a week that it's like I just can't even worry about it. Like, I can't worry about doing things ahead of time because it'll just get destroyed. So anyways, today we had, let's go back to the to-do list. Oh, it's gonna be a long one. Oh, we're gonna get baked after we do this. Oh, Zebulun Dream. We didn't even do the Zebulun Dream. That's next night. Reminder, Zoom criminal contact. Introduce Adria again. Yeah, I still have to do that. We still have to do the boat. We still are working on the sending stone. Actually, that's kind of the end of the sending stone. We'll put a question mark at that. The robot. Don't you talk to me about the robot. Oh my god. Look at all this. Holy shit. This is all the stuff I didn't get done today. Fuck. That's a lot of shit. We went... Oh, God. Oh, well, we didn't... Oh, we didn't actually even make it here yet. Because this says in the morning, and we're actually just in the morning now. We just finished our breakfast. We had done that. We just did some scrying, but we're still... It's still, like, morning to do, so... the Dead Wizard's friend knows which house. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that, though. They'd have to suss that out. I don't think if anybody's watching. Snozy, if you're watching, stop watching. Just kidding. You can keep watching. It's fine. Anyways, to do. So in the morning, we got to do the shopping and the working on the shield, which is what I've worked on already. So Dandros is working on shield. That's all he's going to do. No join. He's not joining anybody. He's working on his shield all day. Okay. The water worms are rotting and the oil slick of dead fish is moving in. Yeah, I forgot to talk to them about that. So somebody's going to meet them tomorrow, an official from the docks. It's going to be the guy who originally let them in. And he's going to come at them and he's going to be like, now, sir, you've got these rotting things here. We actually don't allow the storage of biological creatures, blah, 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 you know, being a bureaucrat. And he's going to give them the bureaucrats. And that'll be that. I'm going to smoke a little bowl here. I got my pipe for 4:20. Then I'll shut it down at 4:30, hopefully, if I have everything done that I need to do. Now, let's just go back through the intrigue of today. Bertru is now falling in love. So that's a thing. The Bertru love story. And I'll leave it there. Bertru is... I'll just even put it on her sheet. She's done. She's trying to find this woman that she's into. She's trying to find out if they can be a couple. If they can... She knows she just lost a lot. Like, and mostly for the fact that she just has her family. Oh, shit. She's supposed to be searching for her brother here. Oh, fuck, I forgot all about that. Oh, God, let's go bioinfo, edit. 1. See, this is why I've got to do this shit. Well, it's hot in my mind. Or else I will forget it all. Because all of this stuff links to other stuff. Pursuing her brother in the Empire Army. 420, let's go! And also pursuing love relationship. All right, let's have a hoot. If you're going to join me, let me know. That's fine. Not if you're not, that's fine. All that type of stuff. I'm just going to bust out that. Hype. It's the Hype 420 hype. Laze it. Oh, yeah. I just got some homegrown from a friend of mine. Here in Canada, we're blessed to grow our own marijuana. Although you got to be careful because you got to do it the right way. You can't put too many chemicals in it or else you give yourself bad lungs. So you really have to treat it as a privilege and like something to be studied and understood. Just like any other thing like alcohol, pharmaceutical drugs, or even just legal drugs. Like, you know, caffeine and stuff. Or cigarettes. I don't know what I'm gonna do with this. I got turkey stuff to do today. I'm wondering about that. Anyways, no breadcrumbs, so maybe... Okay, and now let's get back to the last part of this. Looks like we've got our last viewer just checked out, so that's good. I'm going to start shutting it down, being a little quieter now, and... yeah, if somebody shows up, they can talk to me, but I'm going to be quiet for the last little bit here. Well, actually, talking to myself is a good way to do this, so let's keep doing that. To do morning, or I should just make it a to-do. Dangerous, no, I'll make it morning. We got to separate everything out, because there's going to be the party in the night, so... Let's do morning, robot, holy shit, the Snozy. So nighttime, where does the nighttime come in? Snozy's dream. That's the one that's going to come. Yeah, we're going to have the party at the nighttime of the next session. That one's going to be really cool. I'll go ahead and even drop in... Oh, what? We're back to 3. What's up, peoples? Yo, if there is somebody out there hanging out today, you know, what's up? Regardless, the party here is going to be at the party. That's too confusing. The ball. Let's call it the Noble's Ball. And that Castos got invited to because he was apparently getting drunk and doing dances in female clothing, even though he's a male, which is fine. Everybody has fun, right? That sounds like fun to me, honestly. with a tiefling? Hell yeah. Tieflings know how to party, I think. Regardless, I mean, Castos does, that's for sure. But it's a ball, not a... Anyways. We'll see where that plays out. I have to create a character for it. And I have to probably create some more characters, like... Well, the one character we're going to have to create for the ball is the nephew of the reeve of the town of all of the Empire in here in Farandrill. And his name was Davin. Davin Oleander. He's a little playboy. Oh, a little playboy getting a party. And we met him doing this. We got to show it to players. So these are other people I've already created. And then we met him today in Danis. He was the Mages College headmaster. Jake was able to get a meeting with him. Let's see who else is still on the list. A few people are still on the list. They still haven't gone to an inn bar. Oh, wait. Oh. Well, I didn't pull out that bar because I specifically... There's so much shit in this bar. So Aaliyah Atreides owns the Stone and Herb in this town, and there's all the side quests from the whole campaign I've put back in there. And it's just a weird little place of meeting of everything else. It's nice though. It's cool. It's chill. It's chill. But that might end up being in Tabur now. I don't think we'll be doing that in Farandrill. Let's just clean this up. New missions. Okay, I'm gonna keep these at the top. I'm gonna have a little missions section. And we'll go ahead and we'll dump these in here. Spy on the nobles' houses, which has it's gone very well. They know, I'm pretty sure they're very confident that Shroud is not the man behind the plan. I gotta make this case. Defeat or chase. Let's go Caps too. I like Caps. I don't know why. Chase down the Draconians. And I've got to put the 3 I offered them: boat, coast, or desert. That's the ways that they can get out to chasing down the Draconians and figuring out what they're doing. I love it. They're so confused. I think I've actually done well as a DM. They're like, maybe it has to do with the temple in the ocean that we found. Maybe it does. You never know. I love hearing that, though. I just love hearing everybody postulating and being like, I don't know. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's that. It could be this. This sounds right. Yeah, today's been a good day for intrigue. They haven't even hit the real part that I built for that too, where it's like, anyways, doesn't matter. We can't talk about it yet. Tune in next time. Not next weekend, but 2 weekends from now. As we usually take 1 week off in the month to enjoy life outside of D&D. Okay, missions, main missions. Spy on the nobles' houses, yes. Spy on the nobles' houses to find Magefoot's allies. Chase down the Draconians by boat, desert, or coast. Main missions, understand the cataclysm. Oh, there's the new Pantheon. Find out if the Draconians are worshipping a new god. So what's going to happen with the gems is eventually they're going to... Well, I shouldn't tell you guys, but... They're not using them... I'll give you this much. They're not specifically thinking about using them for this ceremony anymore. They have other magical properties, obviously, that have yet to be found by this group. I don't think anybody ever cast Identify on it. Oh, yeah, they did. Regardless, it's... they're going to find a way to manipulate that, and then use that whatever magic is within it. I believe it's actually evocation. I can't remember, or no, it's conjuration. They'll find a way to use it for just a single use, and they'll manipulate the energy and destroy it, because they are being taught by Takesis how to do this, and Takesis is their ally, and she's the one who made it. So, regardless of that, let's see. That's the new god thing. Oh. Let's go side missions because I got a bunch of those. So the first one, I can pull them up even. There's some in Farandrill here. Or no, there aren't. There's some in I guess we stopped first. Candathan. And so we've got the I'll call it the half-orc mission. The journalist mission. The Thieves Guild mission. Which isn't a mission yet. We've got the Archfey mission. Okay, and we did the Sprinkle McFruit one. Yeah, wow. Today's session I'll have to go back and look because I'm like trying to think and I can't think of anything. I'll have to add Dandros burping bubbles. That's a big one. Colored bubbles. Something to remember in this zone, but I'm trying to remember a few more things if we have any other side quests. Don't think we do. I'm just thinking about maybe Ellendeer. No, that didn't work out, so... Looks like we're getting pretty close to wrapped up on that. Oh, the bindings. Side missions. The Fiend's bindings. Yeah, they use the tendons and the joints of the Fiends to bind stuff. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. That should be it, actually. I'm kind of like, I'm just going to shut it down. It's 4:30. Time to end it. But for now, let's see here. Yeah, Fiend, Demon. This one's not right, but anyways. Certain Fiends have the proper necessary things to do that. Yeah, I think maybe, and then I'll try. This is the Jake bag of tricks side mission. That looks good to me. All right, look at now we've got it cleaned up. See, we've got the 3 main missions: spying on the nobles' houses to find out who helped Magefoot, chasing down the Draconians, and finding out if the Draconians are worshipping a new god. It looks like a lot of this is like, you know, pretty straightforward. And I don't think they'll have too much problems jumping around that. Now, these are all sorts of different things to do now. In the morning, we gotta fix the construct. Yeah, Dandros has gotta contact the order. Oh my god. I need to put that at the top. That's something I should have been doing like a long time ago. Yeah, he's got to work on his shield and contact the order. Now, the water thing comes in. Yeah, cool. Fix the construct. Yeah, we're going to work on that. Contracted by the Thieves Guild. Contacted. Yeah, so... Yeah, Zune and Adria are going to have a little thing when they talk about the Thieves Guild. And we gotta deal with the boat still. Oh my god, and the rotting worms. And what do the gems do? What about sending stone? Are we gonna continue working on that? House Shroud Sending Stone. Okay, I've already got the robot there. Zune, the reminder of criminal contact. I will keep that actually in there because I'm gonna forget about it. This can all work together though. It's under that already with the Zune Adria thing. Here we go, nighttime, Noble's Ball. We don't really have anything for that yet. Sinozi's Dream I have ready. This is for when they leave after 6-ish days of downtime. I put that. I don't even know. Approximately 6 days of downtime. I don't know how long they'll be there. They'll come to Tabor and they'll meet all these new characters that I'm developing right now. And yeah, Farandrill will be a thing of the past as they've had 2 sessions full of RP here, which has been lots of fun. And we will come back in 2 weeks and see where they are at. Hopefully, you guys stick around for the next 2 weeks because we'll be getting the final arc of the campaign here as these wonderful groups of bandits basically decide to help the Empire finally. They've walked across the line of goodness, and I think maybe, you know, Dandros and Jake were able to sort of corral everyone together and get them on the side of we can go in and do this, and we can be friends with the Empire. And now here we are. We're in the middle of, you know, a big city, and we're doing all of the intrigue stuff. It's really fun, actually, to just have all these different factions and stuff going. And really setting a very solid foundation for the end of the campaign. Where, I mean, honestly, they are doing really well working through all this intrigue. So I don't think too many questions will be left unanswered before we leave Farandrill and decide to head to the desert to kind of confront what will be our final confrontations in the campaign and try and do sort of a gauntlet run. What will be? I'll let them. They don't know this yet, but I'll let you guys know. It's gonna be a fucking gauntlet run as they try and push deeper and deeper into the jungle from the desert. So you're starting in a desert and then you're going towards a jungle. There's a little bit of like a reprieve area where it's just sort of like grassy areas. You know, the desert sort of grasses out for a bit, then it gets more grassy, then the jungle comes. But anyways, regardless, on that journey they are going to encounter many treacherous, difficult encounters that are much more difficult than the ones that I've brought forth, other than maybe a couple. I remember I brought some adult dragons in. Hey, what's up, Pixie Fire? Yeah, I'm just talking about kind of this, the end of this session here and this last little arc of this campaign. But yeah, it's definitely going to be exciting, and we'll see where they end up. I mean, it's going to be tough. I've brought forth, like I said, I was about to say, I've brought forth some dragons in this world before already, so they are aware that there are dragons here. However, the Draconians themselves, they know that that they own dragons. They were able to scry on them and see the dragons themselves. So like that's going to end up being part of the run-up to the final thing. And there's a whole bunch of other things that go along with the fact that the Draconians are manipulating different species to become more dragon-like, giving them scales and giving them large fangs and claws, tails and wings, breath weapons, different sight visions and better eyes and stuff. And while they're learning to do that, they're also learning to adapt themselves and other things that are draconic into different things, like giving gills to different types of dragons so they can breathe underwater, stuff like that. And so there's going to be a heightened sense of these abominations coming as we march towards the jungle, where it gets just weirder and weirder, as that's going to be the center, you know, where they already know that they're out there in the jungle somewhere. They just they haven't been able to scry there yet, or any sort of get any information on it yet. Yeah, and then once we've done that and we've gotten there to the jungle, that's probably the last point where they'll uncover all of everything. I don't want them to uncover too much early on. I want there to be many big reveals once they get to the jungle. And to me right now, the jungle is sort of this beautiful shroud, or this beautiful curtain that is very difficult for them to pierce, even with magic, because they just don't know anything about it. And I didn't really bring it up too much about the refugees this game. I should have brought it up because there has been a lot of displacement of the populations in this world, and Farandrill, it being the major capital, they have been receiving the refugees from all over. Not only from their own kind of coastal lines, but from places like the city Candathan and other places. So they have a huge influx of refugees right now, and the party can interact with them. I've prepared for that. So, and that might be a way for them to help pierce the shroud. There's other different ways that I've thought of that specifically use magic and different people, but we'll see if they ever want to do it. But if they don't do it, which is kind of what I'm hoping, they will walk into the jungle and start basically with no idea exactly what they're walking into. They know they're going to be walking into some sort of draconian army with dragon abominations. Beyond that, they don't really know. And there's some sort of cataclysm with the oceans that they've noticed now. The oceans are draining every day that we spend in Farandrill. The oceans are draining, and it's sort of the countdown timer for the end game. Like, we're all very aware that we cannot spend too much time in Farandrill. We are spending the time we are right now to prepare ourselves for the final push that we know we have to make at least within the next 2 or 3 weeks in game. So we have a few days in game here. We've decided to spend a week in Farandrill, and that is we have about 3 weeks to finish it off, to make sure that the oceans don't die forever and are gone forever. And then we wouldn't even know what would be happening either with that. Why they're doing it is still a mystery. I know why. And Sonozi's god is the goddess of the seas, and nobody's picked up on that yet. And it's great, because Sonozi is a Tide Lurker deep warlock, so everything is about water. Also, Jake is a literal water genasi. I was thinking he'd go to the temple in town and try and figure it out through religious. I even told them it's not coming through arcane ways. When they were spying on the mages at the castle, they found out that this is most likely not just magic. This has something to do with gods and religion and deities, and something much more powerful than just one caster. This whole world is under a cataclysm. It's not just being directed by one spell or a multitude of spells. It's beyond that, and that's kind of what I was trying to drive home, so that Jake, because he's a water genasi, he was gonna. There's information they can get about this, and it's cool because Sonozi and Jake were touching on it. They were talking to each other, and they were talking about the temple. Well, not the temple, but they were talking about what happens with the water. Where does it go? They're trying to figure out where the water is going, which is hilarious, because I don't even know. I didn't even think about that. I'm like, it's fucking vanishing. It's magic. Like, it doesn't. But then I'm like, it's got to make sense, though. It's got to come together. Anyways, so they were like, where does the water go? Like, maybe we could follow the water, like figure out where the water goes, which is something they can do with the boat. The boat will take them to the place where all the water is actually being consumed magically by a large lava pool. I guess I did already think about it. Never mind. I already had it prepared. It's a large lava pool, and it ties back to the lava island they found before the secret Draconi base. But regardless, this lava pool is kind of responsible for some things. And I'm just realizing, I'm like, oh my god, if somebody's watching, watch out for spoiler alerts, because like one of my campaign members. But that's just how it is. Sometimes, if they're watching, they better know, right? So that might be a possibility, at least. Regardless, I think I got my to-dos done. I'll probably shut it down at 9 now, or at 5, pardon me, because I'm just chilling. I'll pack another bowl, and I'm still just trying to talk out the rest of this world, because so much RP has been the last 2 sections. The last 2 have just been straight RP. And it's all like intrigue and world building and new mysteries and old mysteries that they're learning about, that they're finally coming to terms with. And then all the, it's like ramifications of decisions they made along the way. Level 16 to me was where I wanted them to really stop. And I'm glad we did. I'm glad it's perfect. I'm glad they went to Farandrill. There was a possibility that they just never go to this town. They were already being chased by the Empire. They were wanted for being bad, for killing and standing up for themselves. And that was a whole misunderstanding, to be honest. and I'm glad they went back and cleared it up. They decided to do that. I know that Zune was extremely worried about it. His background is literal criminal. So he has been wanted by the Empire his whole life. The Empire to him is essentially the oppressive big baddies of the world. And so Zune was not too into it. But yeah. Let's see, where are we at with the to-dos? Just trying, I gotta keep talking about it or else I'll forget. And Danis got them to do that side quest. The tailor is working hard on her thing. Vidoka is no longer really worried about us. Sophia gave them the side quest. That's a side quest one, and we've got it already. Larilla Badger, side quest one, got it already. Heidi Kolk, the potion person, just need her for a shop, good to go. Eber Nink, already done, nothing to do with him. And the Reeve, Cadence Oleander, he has given them the side question of investigation, which they dumped head first into. I was like, yeah, if you guys want, you guys can go like investigate the houses, figure out who Magefoot's like allies were. And they're like, yeah, if we want, fuck yeah, that's what we want. We want to fucking do that. Because like I said, they could just start going towards the jungle. They know where the jungle is. Like nobody needs, you know, if they were really, really like crazy gung-ho people who were just like chaotic and like, I don't know, you know, a little bit just jumping the gun, they would just go to the jungle and they would be like, we're just going to the jungle. Like we don't care about anything else. We just want to finish the game. Which is totally fine. I expect that out of parties at certain times. Oh, you know, we can't all just sit around doing side quests all day, every day. Especially now that I put the timer on. The timer is running. Looks like we've spent how many days here now? 2 days. So we've only got like 4 or 5 more days till she's done her cloak and we can get out of here with Jake. Okay. Alright, so just trying to go through the last of it, try and see if there's anything else I need. There really isn't. They could have went to the Mages College. Oh, yeah, investigate the Mages College. That's a big one, actually. Because they can, I'm going to put that on there. Because that's one of the ways they can do it. They immediately went to breaking into people's houses, which is fine, or at least shops, which is fine. Especially if you're running a good enough, you know, stuff. But we'll see what's up. All right, here we go. Actually, I'm just gonna shut her down. We'll work on the campaign a little bit more. That way, there's no spoilers or anything, and you guys can all catch it while it's happening. So thanks for sticking around, tuning in, all that type of stuff, stooning in, as I just said. And I will talk to you all tomorrow as we have a revised schedule, as I have to do some DJing. So it will be gaming, then D&D, then DJing, all kind of back-to-back simultaneously. So it'll be one big day of streaming for me, and I hope to see some people around. All right, see you later.